Hmm. Well, there's Badal. So very difficult to figure out what to be doing. I believe we'll be heading to the Grand Hall somewhat shortly. At least to begin morning announcements. I believe... Well, I don't think there's any point really in monologuing now. Good morning. And there they go.
He was last in the library.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's great. I did it. You didn't fall off.
I know. I believe in you.
Last time I almost fell off because someone pushed me, but so it was okay.
Well, like I said, at least we're not too high up.
And who pushed you?
That's still.
That's also no.
Who pushed you?
Onyx, but they didn't mean it. They were just going by.
Hmm.
They were just in a hurry. So.
Cube.
I don't even think I noticed that this is
Discovered a new thing and we have questions.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, Kixie.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
still got time before announcements, probably.
I think at this point we have around 10 minutes. Ish.
Sounds about right.
Best to get food.
That's enough time.
Food is a good idea.
Attention, all morning announcements will begin shortly. If you're not in the announcement hall, please start making your way there now.
Well, suppose that makes that decision. Why are you sitting on the ground?
Some people don't know. That was like a weird mailbox.
What is up with the mailbox?
Hello.
Mushroom? It has eyes and a mouth.
I think my thinking on things is my bad.
You can bring it up to virtues about it because it's a mushroom that now has. They were just saying it was interesting.
Is that why you don't sit on the benches?
Thing for sentient plants. Don't worry about it.
I can also really feel my legs
First
there.
sentient plant we have. I'm coming.
There's a mouth.
Yeah,
I
unlike the other
don't want to put my
sentient
hand
plant,
in there.
I suppose.
It's either this or I'm sitting on the table.
The other one?
was allowed already.
Have you never seen the Have you never seen the man-eater plant in versus the
I was having
No. Wait, I'm not a
You
man.
doing
I'm
well, Mr. Aaron?
Okay, well, I think I might be still trying to eat.
that part. I ain't never seen
Man.
I'd say so.
You have
Or looking for something entertaining, at least.
I think I got about. Yeah, here. I got a little basket full of that.
I've already found something entertaining for today.
So I hate to tell you, but
at churches they give
Care to share?
Oh, I can share it after announcements.
One of my favorite.
That works fine for me.
Well,
Oh, my breath is
I can't tell if that's an insult or a compliment.
yeah, and your what is it? The blood is the drink, right? Yeah, that's how that works.
wait, what? Sorry, I'm fucking zoning out. Why am I drinking blood?
Not my practice.
The whole chapter of conversation.
I think it's safer that way.
Hey, eating that.
It's not your problem, so nothing to worry about.
So then divide him.
Apologies for that little delay there. Little backup conversations. Everything nice. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good motto. We'll be having 2 classes today. Please excuse the lack of box. I hate the box. We'll be having 2 classes, one run by Professor Fontaine in Racial Studies, or the beginning of Racial Studies. You'll be starting out with 4 races, of which you'll list when it's this classroom. After that will be Ironwood's lesson on overhealing. Valkyries would be beneficial to... I feel the gust of wind that I'm going to be punched. Ironwood. Anywho. Ironwood. However the case. After Fontaine's class will be overhealing. Valkyries would be beneficial for you to be attending that class for the sake of your notes and your classes. However, all houses are welcome to join in that classroom. You'll be getting the specifics of that during Fontaine's class about the racial studies. But for another announcement for all student body, primarily for cavalry, after discussions with Professor Copperbeard and Professor Sayori will be moving into being the primary care and the primary professor for cavalry, and Copperbeard will become the assistant for cavalry. Instead of Copperbeard being the primary, he will be secondary, due to some arrangements down in Phoenix. It will be more beneficial for time management. If you have any questions of this, please speak to Sayori or any of the professors. We're happy to help where we can. But going forward, if you want primary care, talk with Sayori. She'll be taking care of the cavalry going forward. If there are no other announcements I need to make, I feel the winds of me being punished coming soon, so I will depart. Please look to Fontaine for where the classroom will be held.
Against the headmistress?
Service announcement. There is a hole in Jacuno/Alphon's office. Do not go in it. I repeat, do not go in the hole, please.
Based on the reaction, this is not normal. Good to know it's not enough of an occurrence that should become something unspoken. Now, it was a little hard to hear from this distance, but they did say the classroom for Fontaine's course.
Yes, I didn't hear which.
That's how I know he's around. Same way I can see when Fontaine's teleporting around.
I didn't hear which class.
Alright, in regards to starting at least studies on the different races here in the Vandiles, I'll be beginning my lesson in about 3 to 5 minutes from now over in the main classroom. Of course, I'll give it some time before I officially start, but of course you may meet there whenever you feel free to. But once the lesson starts, plain and simple.
So we head over there now? And the good seats first?
I don't have ministry note-taking for me, so I'm stealing you next to my table.
Oh dear, then it's okay.
Yeah, you, like,
He's visiting his aunt.
yeah, I'm like, huh?
I understand.
There's a hole in Alphonse's room. Don't go in it.
Breakfast complete. Onyx, you might want to fix your hip. Your hip was kind of broken.
Good morning.
My breath, it's not as horrible. It still itches my fucking nostrils though, so it's absolutely
Good luck, everyone, today.
obnoxious.
Thank you.
You really should look for some medication for that.
I asked Arlo about it, but then they didn't have any, and so I haven't bothered asking as much.
I'm sure they can order some.
Probably. Worst case, I just write a fucking letter back to home or some shit. Easy door solution, just kick it open. There we go, problem solved.
My eyes.
Don't do that.
Forget which one is the classroom.
Down.
Oh, fuck.
Straight in front of you, down.
Oh.
Down.
What's in front of us is outside.
Just a decoration.
Where you go?
Oh. That sounds like a wonderful crunchiness. No. I don't like the bat. Now for the correct spot. Lance, I'm stealing you. I'm sitting over here.
Understood.
We're stealing Menace's seat today. Purely because I cannot take notes without burning things. So I appreciate your sacrifice.
I think I'm gonna sit over here.
Where'd the books come from? Oh.
How are you doing today, Irenaeus?
Mostly just bored. Looking for something entertaining.
But it's so fucking funny.
I will be sparring after classes. I believe I owe Blitz and Stellar spar.
My spot's been taken.
Will keep you entertained for a little while. We should attend the
It will.
overheating class too before we spar. Since
Yes.
it is a thing to keep in mind. Both lessons, I think, might actually be pretty beneficial for today. I mean, in worst case, if the issue's overhealing, you just injure
Actually.
yourself, so then it heals that. But
Given the fact,
probably not.
be best to sit here then.
Those tables, unfortunately.
You've joined us at the best table. The correct table. I should not touch it.
I believe you just didn't want me to be too in Europa. If you want, you can sit on the table. Another large
Hello, Laura.
sat on the table before. I barely fit at the table.
It's alright.
Professor, I think one of the tables might be cursed.
Whatever's more comfortable for you.
Doing alright, I suppose.
I know the gargoyle and I can like
You also bored?
but like this is ridiculous.
Not quite. I'm more intrigued.
I knew I had a bad feeling about
Interesting.
that table. That's why I decided to sit right over here.
What has caught your attention today?
A word of recall, Onyx.
Let's save it for after class.
It made me curious. Now you're making me wait to find out. True, truly.
I have like a foot and a
I think the
half of
void is
wiggle
trying to
room.
drag them in. Something about the environment.
Probably.
That table is apparently
I think he's become one with the table.
I don't know.
We think it's a common thing.
No, I'm not. No.
I'm not questioning this.
No, you're not.
I'm not sure exactly what's going on.
Fontaine. Is the apocalypse having now, or is this just normal?
I'm actually not too sure what that is, so give me just a second.
Concerning.
Ow!
It's very loud as all I know.
What is that?
I think it's the apocalypse. It looks like the cult has come for us all.
Oh, it's over. Oh, we're alive.
Who's ever playing a sound right now, shut up! It's world!
Oh, the cult has given up for today.
Oh, I was like, we don't know what that is.
It was Sayori. Yep, I thought it was fucking Sayori. Yep.
Horrifying. Well, it looks like they have given up. Probably for the better. It's good.
That was weird. Okay,
Definitely.
we didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything.
For a second, I thought the barrier was.
I've never heard anything before.
I'm trying to eat the barrier, thinking it tastes like some sort of sweet.
Fine. Why did it take the gargoyle?
Because you're supposed to be, in some cases, furniture. Decor.
I don't think you should treat anyone like furniture. That sounds fucking weird.
He's sitting on it just perfectly.
I see. Oh, I see. Don't fuck with
I'm
the
not
desk.
gonna question anything.
Just don't fuck with it.
Can you? Are you so... You were able to escape? That's racist.
Die.
I have so many questions. I don't think I'll get answers.
No, I'm debating if I want to.
Nah, probably not.
Just sit on the table.
You can always sit on a table if you want to go the middle path.
If I get stuck again, I'm dropping a like.
You can also climb up there in the balcony.
Has someone done that before?
We were told first day of the first semester we were allowed
Got my
to sit
notebook
on the
out.
ceiling.
Well, there you go.
That's a good question.
I'm ready for
They
school.
have a balcony if there's no way to get up there.
You're ready for school. That's a...
No way to get up to unless you're capable of flight.
Class and everything's been on fire already.
In the past of the academy.
I do not know what you're talking about.
I
Hello,
found that
Hunter.
very easy.
Did you successfully beat back the cult?
Yes, I had to yell at Sayori fourth dimensionally in a sense. I was going to lose my mind.
That was loud. I'm glad
Ear
my
piercing is the word I would describe.
I know she was a fuck, but I didn't think she could scream like one.
Okay, aside from that whole ordeal from Miss Sayori, either way, welcome to of course, a lesson on racial studies. I'm going to be at least doing this either every week or every other week moving forward, just until we've covered each of the different races along the Van Dials.
Here he is in a mood today.
Doing so in one day, well, not possible at least. At most it would take 2 full days here in order to actually cover everything, and I would rather not just have you all trapped here in the classroom for that long. So, we're just going to at least shorten things down and handle at least small handfuls at a time. That being said, of course, the 4 races that I've gone ahead and picked that we'll be doing lessons on today are Starborn, Gorgons, Harpies, and lastly, oh my goodness, what was it? Starborn, Harpies, Gorgons, and Fane, that's what it was. So, obviously, for those who wish to at least learn a bit more on each of these races, you feel free to take any sort of notes, and of course I'm here to answer any questions if you may have any. But because I'm very much someone who likes to see initiative, I'm going to at least pick someone here. Let's go with Polly. So we've got Gorgon, Fane, Harpies, and Starborn. Which one do you want us to cover first?
Let's do Starborn.
Starborn. Interesting. Fair enough, because that already means I don't have to go ahead and at least grab any sort of example, because, well, I am one. Of course, Starborn, though we are one of the more uncommon races within the Van Dials, though, because, well, we're not one that is necessarily, well, how do I put this? We're not necessarily born, in a sense. Starborn are quite literally just, think of it as stars that fall from the sky, and they are basically given form. Hence, how I appear. Though, not exactly in this form, as this is more so, at least how I choose to appear. Keep in mind that if you want to know what I actually look like, it's more along the lines of the stained glass. But aside from that, when it comes to Starborn, we're very much seen as a very nomadic group. When it comes to Starborn, they can be of all sorts of different appearances. Keep in mind that we don't have necessarily one given look. Typically, when the Starborn falls, they tend to, well, more so take the appearance of the first thing that they see. Usually it's because, well, we're not accustomed to different races here at the very beginning, so obviously we don't know what everyone looks like. In my case, I happened to stumble across someone more, well, in this case, avian in appearance, and that's why I took that form. Of course, you can only imagine my shock the moment that about an hour or two later I see a human, and then I realize, well, that's not what everyone looks like then. So, of course, Starborn can be of different appearances. They can look anything like a blossom heifer, an oni, another fane, things of that nature. And though, as opposed to something such as a doppelganger, where they change their appearance just freely, well, we kind of just stick with that appearance, and that's pretty much it. So, that's the gist of that. Keep in mind also that, well, we, like I mentioned before, we don't really reproduce. We don't have any means of doing so. It's quite literally falling from the sky. So you won't really see anything of the sorts of me saying I have any sort of relatives by blood because, well, purely starborn in a family are more so just adopted and that's it. Keep in mind also when it comes to starborn, we are at least brought into this world by falling down, and we have with us, well, an artifact with us. It can of course take on different appearances. In my case, it's a book. Of course, I'm not going to say where that is, and it's certainly not the one I keep on my side. But these are the most precious artifacts to a starborn, as keep in mind that when it comes to a starborn, every roughly 50 years we have to jot down our memories, otherwise we lose them. We don't have, well, we can't retain our memories forever in order to, and this is what helps us to at least alleviate that. Along with that, keep in mind that when it comes to our artifact, well, it is part of us, it is not in any way, shape, or form indestructible. It is, at least, well, to best put it, is just that, an artifact. And whether it be my book, or if it's a hat, a staff, a pair of glasses, whatever your artifact happens to be, if it's broken, then, well, any memories that were within it, as well as, sadly, any future memories that you'll have are gone, which is why it's very important to make sure that any starborn you run into, make sure to at least treat those with the utmost, at least, respect and care. It's quite literally what we need in order to retain what makes, well, at least what is us. Now, moving on from that, keep in mind also, and actually, I'll have Mr. Buell come and join me up here to make things also simpler. Keep in mind that when it comes to starborn, we also typically have a longer lifespan than most humans. For example, starborn such as myself and Mr. Buell, we are going to certainly live a lot longer, though also at the same time not immortal. The longest recorded history for any starborn in terms of the lifespan was at most 1,000 years. Now, keep in mind I say recorded. As for any starborn who has lived longer than that, I'm not too sure. And along with that, keep in mind that while our outward appearance may be that of flesh, bone, or feathers, rock, whatever it may be, at the end of the day, on the inside, it is rock all the way through. Keep in mind that because of that, we don't have to worry about things such as sleeping or needing to eat and drink certain things. At most, geodes or any other sort of just rocks will do, because, well, we don't have to worry about things like that. So stones, gemstones, salt rocks, anything of that nature is more so what at least comprises, a starborn's diet. And though another feature that I will mention is, well, it is rather easy to find us in a dark area as well, being, of course, since we have a lot of excess amounts of what is just appropriately called stardust within our bodies, we're naturally bioluminescent, meaning that we just glow in the dark. And, well, it makes sense being, of course, starborn. Now, another thing to go into is there are, well, along with the dependency of our artifacts, there are also two major issues when it comes to our kind, meaning, well, one being, of course, piercing. Things such as piercing damage or even slashing damage from swords can, well, essentially offer a lot more damage to our skin than at least bludgeoning. We're more meant to take a hit on a more broad area than more in a precise location. Here's the best way I can word that. And along with that, when it comes to dark magic, it is very detrimental to us as we are meant to be something that is shining bright like a star. We're meant to be, yes, we are meant to be quite literally just that, starlight, and hence dark magic is very detrimental to us. Keep in mind that while it is not necessarily going to be fatal on just immediate contact, of course prolonged exposure can prove to be, well, a killing blow for us. Along with that, it does come with at least some benefits, along with being able to take a lot more brute force. So for example, if someone like Kawa, for example, were to hit me full force in the chest with all his strength, then I can take that certainly a lot more than if someone like Mr. Nikos were to take a jab at me with his spear. But at the same time, while there is that sort of disadvantage, and, well, advantage in terms of bludgeoning, we do have at least an extra elemental advantage, that being with fire and light. Of course, being individuals who fall from the sky, literally, heat is not something that's necessarily going to be an issue to us. I mean, having to go through the atmosphere itself, burning up, is something that we're quite resilient to. Now, before I go into things such as, at least, culture and types of Starborn, does anyone have any questions? Yes, Ms. Viviana.
Why the 50 years when it comes to your memories? Or do you not know?
Sadly, that is something that... Sadly, when it comes to, at least... This is, of course, just from, at least, history from past Starborns. The most that any has been able to at least retain in terms of their memory has been 50 years. So, while it is possible to try and go further without having to, in a sense, drop all of your memories into your artifacts, it's better to be on the safe side and, well, not push things further. Yes, Mr. Aeneas.
You said fire and light, and then you gave an explanation for fire. Does light also fall under that explanation, or does it have a separate one?
Light mostly falls into the same reason why we have, at least why dark magic hurts us more in general. We're more beings that are, well, such as a star, we're quite literally meant to be that of light and also be able to withstand the heat. Keep in mind also that just because of that doesn't mean that every Starborn has, for example, light magic, but it's just we're more resilient to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alright. Moving on to things such as, well, culture. Keep in mind that, like I mentioned before, individuals such as myself and Mjol, we tend to be more wanderers. We're very much able to adapt to our environment, not being one to basically stay in one place for a long time unless we really have a reason to it. We're very nomadic in that sense. We're more focused on things of pursuing knowledge when it comes to how our culture tends to be. We like to travel around and learn about anything that's pretty much around us, trying to gather information of whether it be different races or curses or other types of magic or just different people specifically. It doesn't even have to be a race, just maybe one individual person. We are very much just a culture based on learning. And makes sense for me, at least, considering how I like to hold myself, at least when it comes to learning, even individuals such as Bjol. And along with that, we do have, well, the best way of putting it, when we're born within the Vandiles, we're very much unique in our own right. We like to, like I said before, we tend to take on the appearance of the first individuals that we see, but more often than not, we're going to at least keep rather humanoid traits. Of course, with exceptions of if the given individuals that we see that we have, let's say, if they have extra limbs and such, there can be some exceptions there. more often than not, we are trying to at least keep a resemblance of, for example, the constellation that we have fallen from. Is the best way of wording that. Alright. That pretty much covers everything in terms of Starborn, unless you want to add anything else, Mr. Buell.
No, I don't have anything.
Fair enough. Alright then. You can go ahead and take a seat again then. But thank you at least to help with... I teach him one thing and then he just uses it a lot, but regardless. Alright. That leaves Gorgons, Fane, and Harpies. Let's see, who do I want to pick next? We'll go with... Daniel. We've got Fane, Harpy, and Gorgons. Which one would you like to move on to next?
I think I'd be interested in the Thane.
Ah, Fane, very much interesting. As of course, we've got quite a few here at the school already, so of course this will help to at least enlighten your minds a bit more on that. Now, speaking about the Fane, keep in mind that they are also not one of the more common races. They are one of the older ones. Some have even at least been a bit older than Starborn, to be more specific. But keep that in mind, still mortal. Keep in mind when it comes to the Fane, they're bred with the skills of being able to tell things such as when someone's lying, but mostly through emotional state. So, the best way of putting it, it's being able to detect lies. So, while you may, in your own outward appearance, be trying to at least put on a facade, trying to say that you are one thing, they're able to quickly tell if you're at least not too honest in your wording. So, of course, it's best to try not to at least string your words around them. Keep in mind that also, while they may look frail, some Fane are also rather strong and capable of killing with little attempt. Keep in mind that's also not the case for every Fane, but they are not a race to be taken very lightly. Keep in mind they've also expanded their skills to things such as everyday tasks. They're born of an original state, but they have the capability to hold another element within their system, which is very useful. Along with that, Fane are very diverse when it comes to, of course, things that they're capable of. They can, of course, do standard things such as flying. Of course, that's a given with the wings. They're one of the few races that can actually crossbreed with other species within the Vandiles, as well as going on to the emotional and, well, lie detection I mentioned before. Keep in mind that there's also the fact that some Fane, they vary on their type. They have, how do I best put this? Fane are very much based, when it comes to their instincts, they can more so, it relies on the temperature is the best way I can put it. They have a temperature where they feel vulnerable and they can possibly go into a frenzy, though it very much depends on the type of Fane that is before you, of course. And along with that, they also are able to infuse, for example, protection and or surveillance spells onto items or even people. So, for example, individuals such as Mr. Borea or even Mr. Amars here, they are able to, of course, they don't need, for example, a specific item. They can just do it on you yourself. Though, varying on the Fane, it can result in harm or even possibly resulting in it backfiring and being more a curse. So, it is something that Fane will have to still at least, well, apply more practice to. Along with that, an interesting bit of knowledge when it comes to Fanes, they can vary from at least heights of 8 feet tall to even as short as 2, along with their weight, of course, varying with it. Now, when it comes to more of the detrimental parts of a Fane, keep in mind that they, well, varying on the type of Fane, when they're introduced to an overwhelming state of emotions, whether it be from one person or a different person whenever they're detecting it, it can result in them either fainting, having a breakdown, or even at least feeling lightheaded. They're a very empathetic race within the Vandiles. So of course, while it is very beneficial for them to be able to at least use their emotional detection, it can in some cases be a detriment. Along with that, when it comes to Fane varying on the type, they'll have a difficulty looking away from more bright objects. They tend to have they will feel such as a need, or they'll be compelled to follow it, and well, some may have an easier time actually looking away from it, but not always the case. The best example I can give is actually Mr. Amaris, considering the fact of the type of Fane he is, and alongside his elemental affinity, he does not have to worry about such a thing. Though, of course, not every Fane that you come across in the Vandiles is going to be like Mr. Amaris, so you will find ones that are, of course, going to be more susceptible to this, along with going on with anything, at least more of the detrimental parts of a Fane. Keep in mind that the chest of the Fane is rather delicate. They're rather empathetic, as I mentioned before, and their hearts function, and they work at a much more, well, they work harder than an average human heart, for example. And if you are able to strike them at least by the chest or even close to the heart hard enough, then it'll end up hurting them a lot more than, of course, if you were to strike just a human. Keep in mind also, when it comes to Fane, along with the chest, the other important areas are such as the wings and the antenna. Keep in mind that if they're ever given an injury there, it's going to result in more so we need to actually pull them aside and give them immediate medical help, or even more specifically pure light healing to the injury as the best way to treat it. And refusal to do so, or basically if you are not quick to treat such injuries to their antenna or their wings, it could end up resulting in what is best described as corruption and the Fane going into a frenzy. Along with that, when it comes to Fane, they have extra limbs, of course, as part of their body.
Go into a frenzy?
Not always the case, but
this
is, of course, depending on the type. Yes, again, best example I can give, Mr. Amaris. And because of that, of course, they're going to need more blood than the average individual in order to aid that. And, of course, this is something to also keep in mind for you in the Valkyrie household. So, obviously, if Mr. Amaris gets at least damage to one of his arms, then he's certainly going to need a lot more blood to at least restabilize him than as opposed to, for example, someone like Mr. Borea. Now, of course, just as with all races here in Vandiles, not everything is just purely detrimental, is the best way of putting it. They do have at least advantages there.
It's just a
things such as arcane sense, meaning that they're able to detect magic, of course, within a given area. And on top of that, they're even able to specify what type is being used. And, varying on the type of Fane, they're even able to tell you how strong, for example, said magic is in the area. And, of course, depending on the type of Fane, they can, of course, vary in terms of how strong said arcane sense is. So, for example, Mr. Borea could have a stronger arcane sense than Mr. Amaris, and Mr. Amaris could have a stronger arcane sense than someone such as Miss Coakley. Of course, it always depends, varying from one Fane to another. Keep in mind, on top of that, they're also born with a hardened shell over their body, which is very useful for defense, of course, encasing everything from upper body to lower, and of course, even the extra limbs. So, make sure, and
it's used for speakers.
Effectively covering everything and giving them a protection akin to a shield, so that way it at least aids for extra combat. So while Mr. Mars could put on armor, he already has a natural sort of armor with him already. Along with that, they're capable of at least going on in fights, for example, or even being, for example, able to run or fly for longer periods of time than some other races within the Vandals due to a higher endurance. Keep in mind, again, it varies from vein because depending on their type, some are more, at least have higher endurance than even others. But regardless, for the best example I can give, you can certainly at least guarantee that Mr. Boria and even Mr. Mars, they're certainly going to at least beat most humans in a foot race. Along with that, lastly, when it comes to Fane, there definitely comes the advantage of being able to see in the dark. And again, I apologize for sounding like a broken record with this, but along with being able to see in the dark, different Fane, different level of strength with it. Now, along with that, does anyone have any questions before I move on to the culture aspect? Alright, easy enough. Moving on to more of the culture for the Fane, keep in mind that they have their own unique culture and, well, layout of their societies. Oh, yes, Mr. Arlo?
I believe Mal had a question.
Oh, yes, apologies, Mr. Mal, did you have a question? Oh, apologies. But, as I was saying, each Fane has their own unique culture and layout for the society. They each are ruled by one Fane who has either earned their title by combat or by their intelligence. And when it comes to some societies, they have even set allegiances and shared territories or even trades just to ensure the safety of their placement. Keep in mind that, along with that, tribal tattoos are a large part of most cultures within the Fane as to enchant those that they wish to protect, while also giving the said Fane a tribe and home to always return to. I think it is a means of being able to at least identify yourself with your home. And along with that, there are different types of Fane. There are Feather Fane, Ice Fane, Heat Fane, Water Fane, and I believe Wind and Demonic. I'm trying to remember. There's Wind, Demonic, Light, Solar, Lunar, Seasonal. There's a lot of different types. And keep in mind, I will do a separate lesson mainly covering each of those types of Fane, because that is a lot to cover, as of course there's quite a handful. But keep in mind that they are all unique in their own regard, and it is certainly one thing to at least take into consideration, because not only are you going to be out there in the Vandals dealing with all sorts of different races, but now also keep in mind that you're going to be dealing with now different types of different races. Easier for me because I am a Starborn, and well, we're just that, we're Starborn. But of course you want to make sure that you're understanding what is the difference between something such as a crystalline Fane as opposed to a lightning one or a dream one. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I continue?
Dream Fane.
Alright. Now, that pretty much covers everything on Fane, and as I said before, I'll make sure to cover, of course, all the different types of Fane at a later point, but of course, if you wish to learn any more prior to that, then you can always go to the library, and we have plenty of books on different types of Fane within the Vandals. Alright, let's see, who do I wish to pick on next? Let's go with Mr. Irenaeus. If Gorgons and Harpies left, which one would you like us to move on to?
I think I'd like to hear about the Gorgons.
Splendid. Again, as as with the other races I've picked here, Starborn and Fane and Harpy, they are also one of the more uncommon races that you'll find within the Vandalos. To start off, they're born with rather slender, muscular physiques, and the hair tends to be more like a den of snakes. Of course, the best example I can give here at the school is Mr. Idris, but they're not here right now, so I can't at least enlist their assistance for this. Keep in mind also they are considered to be one of the well, how do I best put it? Most people word it as ravishing, but also some of the more deadly races that appear. Keep in mind that the oldest age that Gorgons tend to reach is also 200, and they're born from more of a cursed touch than... Well, to go more into a history, it is said that the Gorgons are born from a cursed touch of the youth of a human woman who was eating basically a hexed fruit from one of Pandora's gardens, giving them the scaled creatures and, well, scaled creatures marking called Aphrodite's bite. From there, that is at least the beginning of the Gorgon race, and from that then on they have gone to at least continue living within the Vandiles. They're one of the oldest races, holding knowledge and having rumors of holding catacombs of information within different tunnels under Pandora and Zirin, and even said to hold things such as the truth behind most of the wars and the hidden facts of, for example, different historical events that have occurred within the Vandals. Along with that, they're capable of seeing through not only just their main eyes on their head, but also through the snake eyes that they have on their head, well, out on the top of their head, most specifically. So, for example, well, you can go ahead and walk up behind a Gorgon. That doesn't mean that necessarily you are going to be necessarily sneaky. If they happen to be looking through their snake's eyes, then, well, your chances of causing any form of, well, surprise or null and void. Along with that, Gorgons have rather long claws that are like more akin to nails and even scale plates over the edges of their fingertips. And along with that, they're capable of seeing at least more in the dark, of course, than an average human. And they're capable of speaking alongside with their snakes, even asking them to help out with simple tasks. Along with this, going on to more of the detrimental side when it comes to Gorgons, they're required to eat more than the average individual. Of course, keep in mind, it is because you're not only having to sate yourself, but you're also sating the snakes that are upon your head. Treat it that way. Along with that, due to being a reptilian race, they're unable to stay within an overly heated area due to more of the hibernative state that they end up being in with warmer temperatures. So, well, warm temperatures are fine. The longer they are in more hot areas, it is certainly going to be detrimental. They tend to at least gravitate towards more warmer climates. Along with that, they have a very high sensitivity to light due to most Gorgons spending their time, well, mostly due to their snakes being used underground, or even the Gorgon itself spending time underground. It can render them dazed or even more discomfort if they're exposed to too much light. Now, keep in mind, they're also, being a Gorgon does come with its advantages. Similarly to Fane, as I mentioned before, with having, in a sense, armor upon them, they do have a part of, well, upon parts of their skin, they are able to take a few blows on the scaled parts, obviously. But areas of their body that have less scales or none, similarly, will just be just as any normal human, but the scales act similarly to a shield, just as I mentioned before with Mr. Amars and other fellow Fane who happen to have a more thick layer of skin for them. But The only difference being, well, Mr. Mars and even individuals such as Nako, Kokuri, Boria, other Fane, where they have that outward layer of skin that actually acts as armor or shield. When it comes to a Gorgon,
I think you might mean exoskeleton.
exoskeleton, I apologize. Well, they have an exoskeleton, yes. Keep in mind when it comes to scales on a Gorgon, as opposed to a Fane where they can take a hit and they will of course feel the force of it, but it's not going to directly hurt. When it comes to the scales, it is still directly part of their body, so it is certainly still going to feel the pain in doing so, but at least they won't have to worry about more severe damage, is the best way of wording it. Along with that, 360-degree vision, as I mentioned before, with being able to utilize the snakes on their head in order to see, as well as a high resistance to different types of poisons and toxins will, along with that, being able to at least avoid taking any sort of injury if someone were to utilize any sort of, well, venom from the Gorgon itself on them. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I move on? Fair enough. Alright, going on to culture and tradition when it comes to the organs. They're, while not common, they're not exactly nearly extinct, is the best way of putting it. They are still very much present within the Vandiles. Both use their long lifespans to either spread knowledge around or spread intelligence that they already have. They tend to find comfort in being in the presence of most individuals, or even whether it be humans or even peacekin, who can pretty much strike a conversation for hours, or if it's me, probably even days or weeks. But along with that, they hold in high regard sharing information, even sharing, well, more darker secret knowledge that they tend to find out from at least their time within the Vandiles. Along with Fane, of course, they do have subspecies of Worgen. There's Serpentborn, which tend to be more like Miss Mika, actually, one of the council members over in Israel, where the lower half of their body is more akin to a snake, and the upper half of their body is more akin to, well, a more humanoid appearance. And there are also, along with that, there are land dwellers, which is more akin to what actually Mr. Idris is, since they are the common born, which of course they walk on two legs. They have snakes that engulf the skin in certain parts of the body and even the face. And of course this allows them to navigate best within multiple territories, but not have as much stealth as someone who is serpent-born. While more accessible, they are also unable to simply hunt, and they are going to require aid still. As opposed to, and in comparison, when it comes to Serpentborn, they are capable of being born with, well, lower half similar to, like I said, a snake, but they're, because of this, they're able to best navigate when it comes to areas such as sand or stones, because, well, it's just more of a racial trait. Think of it as, it's easier for them to be able to navigate through more coarse and more rough terrain than other individuals. And though the only issue with that is it's not really best within, for example, water or mountainsides. Well, depending on the mountainside, really. They're also best when it comes to stealth, due to them being able to stay lower to the ground and even using their tail to aid in leaping outwards towards their opponents. Now, that pretty much covers everything in regards to Gorgons. Does anyone have any questions before I move on? Alright. Well, we've covered Gorgons, we've covered Fane, and we've covered Starborn. That leaves our last one on the list, which is Harpies. And when it comes to the Vandiles, they're known to host many races many kinds of races and all sorts of different inhabitants. One being, of course, harpies.
Polly fucking bouncing.
They're noted as being the soul of the wind blessed into the bodies of a feathered humanoid, is the best way of wording it. It said that when the world began, the winds formed as magic, and harpies are born of the wind and the aspect of rebirth taken form. They are the holders of wind's message, meaning that, of course, they are able to commune with the wind itself. They're rumored to speak the languages of gods, or even a hidden message within the air before battle or even events. They have talons of avian-born, and the beautiful and gentle feeling of their feathers that expand, well, as little as 4 feet out and as far out as even 9 feet. Keep in mind that harpies are also capable of dancing with the winds while in the air, making them conversate, as I mentioned before, and they're able to, because of this conversing with the wind, they're able to know when change is coming. They make more so a very beautiful golden hue with it, and more akin to things of like light from the sun or the moon. Along with that, harpies are very much sky dwellers. They find comfort more so being in the air than being on the ground for a long time, and they tend to spread their wings. They more so want to find an area to spread their wings because they're, as I stated, they're more akin to being in the air. It is more common for harpy to find comfort there than being on the ground. Though it's not uncommon to see a harpy on the ground, but it's really uncommon to see them, at least not in the air for a long time, or ever in their lifespan is the best way of putting it. You're more often not going to see, well, yes, you're more often not going to see harpies who are familiar with flying around than one who has just never done so. Is highly unlikely. And along with that, they are actually one of the few oldest races of the Vandals, but they also are, sadly, unfortunately, one of the races that is used for things such as the different attributes and even their feathers, sadly. Going on into more detail, harpies can have a lifespan of even up to 100 years. They're able to run faster than an average human due to their legs, and along with that skill of flight, being able to even transform their feathers into weapons or even keep them nice, soft, and delicate for flight. Being able to commune with wind, as I mentioned before, and also preferring to be more around individuals instead of being on their own. And along with that, they have harpies will range from about as small as around 4 foot to about as tall as even 6 feet. And as I mentioned before, with their wingspan, it can go from anywhere from 4 feet to even 9 feet for their wingspan. Along with harpies, they have the advantages of having razor-sharp claws, very strong legs, being able to kick down most objects, being able to see in the dark, obviously. And along with that comes still its disadvantages, where harpies are more susceptible to things such as poisons and different toxins, so obviously individuals who are, let's say, like a gorgon, as I mentioned before, less likely to be at least intoxicated or suffer any sort of damage to their organs from toxins in their body. A harpy is more susceptible. Along with that, due to having being able to at least carry, when it comes to a harpy, they're only able to carry half of their weight, for example. Mostly due to the fact of their wings having to carry them and the individual or item that they're wanting to carry with them. So at most you'll be seeing harpies at least carrying at most their own weight, but up to their own weight, but they're usually not going to surpass that. The best example I can give is, well, Mr. Mao. You're not going to see him carrying someone like Mr. Koa or Mr. Europa into battle, for example. Along with that, they do sadly have a hard time adapting to fluctuating temperatures. More akin to getting the flu whenever major temperature shifts, when at least in the area or even in the atmosphere if they're up in the air. Does anyone have any questions on harpies now before I go on into more of the cultural side?
I will be right back.
All right.
Lance.
Now, lastly, going into the cultural side when it comes to harpies, they're mostly seen as a pack race. They're rarely seen far away from each other. They hold very much a sense of pride in how they are. Very much they hold respect in high regard. Disrespecting harpies or even a group of them can very much result in an angered one or even several angered ones when it comes to that. They're very much a society of honor and as well as wits. Keep in mind also, interesting fact when it comes to harpies, when laying their eggs for children or when they're giving birth, the harpies tend to give the child an egg name, and when the harpy gains their abilities and they finish learning how to fly and do so on their own, they adopt what is usually called a wing name. And once they gain that, a harpy is then usually signaled as a true member of said family. Once they have acquired said wing name, that's most common in at least harpy culture. It is seen as a means of, in a sense, think of it like a rite of passage, being able to understand that you are able to handle yourself. Along with that, there are just two different subspecies of harpy. There are purebreds and then there are half-breeds. What was it? Purebreeds and half-breeds. Purebreeds, of course, they share more of the wings and arms variant of a harpy. The original born have more of the bird-like lower half and wing-like feathers, while having feathers from their skin outwards scattered around their body. While when it comes to half-breeds, they're more human-esque features. They will have their wings upon their spine to shoulder blades and even at times down to the hips. Half-breeds share more bunches of feathers and spots around the face or even the neck. They even have the arms of a human and the legs of a bird. And uncommon, they'll bear even a long tail behind them while navigating, for example, they'll be able to at least, bear a long tail while they're navigating different, colors of their tribe. But aside from that, does anyone have any questions in regards to harpies then? Alright. But aside from that, come again?
I said no, sir, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Aside from that, that covers at least the first 4 of several races that I'll be covering in the future within the Vandiles. Keep in mind that, of course, you don't always have to come to me. You can always even go to the library and we have information on all the different races within the Vandiles if you want to learn even more, whether it be things like subspecies, culture, and of course even better how to treat certain races, both at least in a social manner and also treating their injuries. Along with, aside from that, that will at least conclude my lesson here on at least the first of many races. And about 10 minutes from now, or at least 10 minutes after, 10 minutes after the lesson, Ironwood will actually be giving his lesson on overhealing. He has asked me to at least mention that here, as he does wish that all the Valkyrie are at least present for that. Along with, and as for anyone else, whether it be Cavalry, Centurion, or Vanguard, it is not mandatory, but of course, you may go to attend that if you so choose. Aside from that, you are all free to go. Yes, Mr. Aeneas.
Where is Ironwood's lesson? Is it going to be here or outside?
As for Ironwood's lesson, I believe it will be outside. I will make sure to double check with him, but I do believe he is going to be doing it outside over by the arena.
I can't
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Apologies.
Kind of a bit big for them.
That was mighty helpful.
Well, I didn't hear anything of the new one now, so.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the rest of the lessons.
Yes, I noticed the shock on your face the moment that I mentioned about my age. Or at least Star
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
fairly old.
I do, but like, you know,
oh god, I couldn't even imagine. My grandpappy, I think, only went to about 119 or so, and that was old for us. So I wouldn't imagine how much you learn.
You know what? Technically, like,
I know my father, well, my adoptive son, he's around.
Small rude and give someone a large
Sorry.
Perfect. Enough time to plant a tree.
So just as no means of, cryogenic, is what I've heard of a hero.
That makes me mighty jealous, but is that why you like reading so much? Because it helps, like, takes a lot of time?
Seems like we'll be out by the training area anyways.
What do you think the difference is between leadership and being a leader?
I mean, how would a venom blend?
Exactly.
You can continue on. I want to hear this.
Hey, I would like that. It sounds interesting, though. I can hear it later.
Oh no, it's not going to be.
To be able to have the confidence to issue commands, issue orders, and be someone that people can come to with questions, tasks. Like, that's what being a leader is, at least in my eyes.
Yeah.
Someone that's
Do you know if the...
responsible.
It has nothing to actually keep the process.
But leadership as a concept?
It might for a little bit after death.
As a concept, it's very different, I suppose.
It depends on the
It's not so much about.
Because again, if you're just going for the conceptual part of leadership, it's simply someone you go to as a commander. And that's basically all the concept is. Leadership is. Commander. But I believe there's more to being a leader than just commander.
Apologies, I didn't quite hear what they were when I walked up originally.
It was a conversation I was just more interested in hearing the answer to. Given that I believe...
Understandable.
I believe I am the one that's at least somewhat spawned that question.
Oh. I had to go grab something briefly, so I missed the last little bit of class, but...
Still figuring out...
Lance
just
took notes,
outside.
I'm fine. Do you know where the class are going to primarily do for Valkyrie and those who are interested are going to be?
Outside, I believe.
Thank you.
Fontaine's going to
I will
double check
throw you
for
out
me,
there.
but I'm pretty sure it's going to take place around the training.
Makes sense. Fucking bright it is out here.
I always forget you're sensitive to it.
Yes. Begrudgingly so. Everything's, well, blinding.
Something you have in common with the Gorgons, then.
At least I know part of the reason why I'm so much issues with how bright things are, so I can see well in the dark.
I presume the conversation was kind of short to listen to.
I heard all I basically needed to. I left when I no longer needed to listen to anymore. I was interested in the answer because
To spike it.
it was a conversation between myself, Stone, and Sayori.
Oh.
I see.
Talking about the definition of leader versus leadership.
Oh, that whole philosophy thing. Interesting.
Yes. Stone asked the same question to Biol, so I at least was semi-curious about his answer. I figured it was going to take a few minutes for them to get set up, so I'm not in any particular hurry.
Oh, that's not what I'm referring to.
Oh. Are we secluded enough you can tell me what's got you so entertained?
Yes.
Right. I'm curious now, Puck.
Apparently, some people have now more information about this cult. The
Oh,
question is,
that's good.
how long will it take it for him to reveal it to the others?
The green-haired blood user, or which person with connections?
Oh no, apparently it's speaking to a dead cult leader.
Could you elaborate?
The original suggestion I made. That's good. Hmm?
Oh?
Could you elaborate? I at least don't know what you're referring to.
People of my similar kind have an easy time to speak to the dead. And apparently, information is still being processed, though apparently Kokery and by sounds of things, what was his name? The cat
Describe
one.
his face? Oh, the whiny bitchy cat one, Kyo.
Apparently those two have been talking to the Dreamweaver.
Have they now?
Fascinating.
Yes.
Honestly, I
so-
thought you'd be the first to try and talk
Hello.
to the dead. I'm impressed with how they're making
apparently
initiative.
So my curiosity is, how long will it be until they're finalized to share it with everyone else? Or do they plan to keep it to themselves? That's my curiosity.
I suppose we'll see, because I'm curious enough to go ask now.
I wouldn't be surprised if they kept to themselves. Then they could hoard the bloodlust of killing everything.
Right. I'm curious enough to know the answer now, so I'm gonna go ask them later today.
That's good.
I think they're still working on it, as what I was told from Miss Kokery is that they're still verifying things and, making sure the information. So, according to her, she was sounding a little bit surprised that I had not been informed a little bit. From Mr.
Interesting.
Teo. So, that's why I'm so curious now. I suppose matters like that will have to wait a little bit, considering they literally told me before the announcement, so I figured during the last lesson they might have gone and acquired more. Oh. Maybe.
Thank you.
Possible.
I had to go grab something from the kitchen, so I brought snacks with me this
I
time.
see exactly who we need to
My
talk
stomach
to,
was not
Ella.
waiting for me.
Yes,
Want to be in
lesson was
top
also
shape if we spar.
extended, so I can.
Oh?
It was just a long lesson.
I'm going to learn about overhealing, which I'm excited about to learn since...
I do
well,
believe it is important to learn that you can overheal someone.
It'd be good to
Exactly.
recognize.
Yes.
It's also good to not accidentally fuck myself over by trying to absorb elements for other people's sake and deal with the repercussions of that.
Oh, look, hello.
Generally, it would be most beneficial for us to be able to recognize it in others, even though that is a Valkyrie's job.
True.
Oh.
Greetings. Shall we pick a bench? I don't feel like, well, sitting on the floor and
Just standing
getting
here.
the scuttle dirty. Alright, I'm going to pick a bench.
Then go pick one.
I'm gonna pick a bench. I'm gonna figure out which one. I'm gonna pick up one of them.
In Kokery.
Hello.
I'd actually like to talk with you after the lesson if you're free.
Lance, pick a bench. Any bench. One of many.
Waiting for the class.
Smart, except pants underneath that one.
You're referring to the upcoming classes?
Yes. Just whenever you're free.
There may be, I suppose, talk that some of us wish to have with many after the lesson as well.
Like an announcement. Hello, Leppy.
Not so much an announcement, but a, what is the right term? Dissemination of
you're required
information.
for the next lesson. Meet me in the
Mm.
Valkyrie Lounge. That's where I'll be teaching it.
It's likely relating to what I was going to ask you about then.
Perhaps. I do not know what you wish to ask.
The next lesson will be in the Valkyrie Lounge.
We'll find out when the time comes. Thank you anyways.
So we'll see you guys there.
Damn it. I just sat down. Speak to you about that.
Hello? I can't hear anything.
Goodbye.
Really?
Give the pants.
I'll see you make our way.
Hello?
Oh boy.
Apparently, if you want the
Valkyrie Lounge.
The fourth dimensional.
Can we even enter that?
Taking its hearing. Oh no.
Taking
Oh,
it
like
away.
we're unlocked in.
Hmm.
Last thing I heard was a high-pitched sound, and now I can't hear anything.
If you're interested in attending the lesson, it's going to be over in the Valkyrie Lounge.
Understood. Thank you.
This is not
The uniform looks quite good on you, Sauron.
Hold on, I got this. Thank you. It's very different, at least.
Hmm. And how are you adapting to Centurion?
I'd like to say fine so far. It's an eccentric bunch.
So I've seen.
I'm slightly out of place. And the goal is to adapt, though, as with most things we're going to be doing here, so. It'll end fine.
True.
Are you guys looking for the light? Yeah, it's kind of in Valkyrie's room. Yeah, I was about to say it's in there in his bath. I'm gonna complain about it. I'm gonna complain about
Are you
nothing
coming with?
today. It's about a list of things to complain about.
I might.
Well,
I'm gonna run around for a bit.
If something interesting comes up, please do inform. I'm gonna most likely
Are you not going to this lesson?
stick it. I feel like too much sitting around, and if it's just in a cramped common room, too. A bit.
We'll have to see. If it is going to be cramped, it's not really necessary that I'm there.
We'll see once we get there.
I'm kind of curious what else is going on, so.
I figured it'd be beneficial.
I would think it preferable that everyone goes to this lesson.
I'm unsure about how large the Valkyrie Lounge actually is. At least in the Cavalry Lounge, it's not that large enough to support all of us.
Centurions is not either. It'll be interesting.
We'll see.
For that, so let's not do that. Secondly, if you were to overheal somebody to a certain point, their body is not going to be regenerating normally as they would. Of course, it's different for other races. Slimes, for example, I guess they kind of regenerate naturally also as well. But if you were to do it for a human, If you just only heal them over and over with magic, that would kind of screw over their whole system of body, making their whole body now dependent on magical healing, and they won't be healing naturally. This also, applies for if someone were to drink a health potion too much, and mana potion. Over usage on mana potions, you will also kind of make your whole mana pool depending on mana potions. You won't be able to recover that naturally. Down.
So if you overheal or you overdo yourself with the mana, your body just kind of forgets to do like its basic thing, I guess?
Exactly, it basically overrides your whole tissues. When you're helping regenerate someone, let's say, simple scar, for example, right? That doesn't need magical healing, that just needs a simple disinfectant and bandage it up. But if someone were to use only magical healing every single time for a scarring tissue, at that point the body's only going to think it only needs magical healing and won't regenerate properly. I've seen it before. Let's not have that. The last thing I want is someone to always be heavily reliant on healing magic. Leppy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to let you finish first.
No.
I was just asking, how long would that be until it gets to that point, though?
It differs between each race, I would say, along with the person overall, along with how much has been applied to them. For example, I would say stone, for example. Healing magic, it doesn't really apply to them, but mending is another thing. This also applies for gargoyle. If you were to over-mend a gargoyle or something else, you will also basically just be changing the structure of them. Good example, if we were to say, let's say you needed mending on your arm, right? If we were to over-mend that to the point, it will also start disfiguring his arm to a certain point where it's not really his arm now and changing his body structure.
That's
Same thing for healing. You could do that for somebody making overgrown tissues, sometimes even overgrown bones. That's the last thing anyone wants.
I realize this question probably sounds stupid, but what if it's natural-based healing? For example, I've talked to Lance about this before. If I get too much lightning, my body begins to heal from it. But then there's the issue of, like you said, overhealing.
Natural-based healing is usually fine, but that also starts conflicting when someone tries to heal over it, because now you're regenerating at a double factor.
Alright.
Yes, Stone?
So then if we're worried about overhealing, how do we know how to apply the right amount of healing?
The right amount this is my thing. I make sure at least they're at a stable state, first of all. Once they're at a stable state from the magical healing, then you go to the generic, get your bandages, medkits, all that kind of stuff. Simple, everything you guys should know. Honestly, once we get to the point when you guys go to a mission, I'll supply most of you guys with like simple first aid stuff. That way you guys could apply to anybody, and yourself. Yes.
So then we go from magic healing and then the triage. Yeah, thanks everybody.
But I will also say this, not everything needs magical healing. For example, someone has a concussion. Don't use magical healing, that's a concussion. That's something you bring them here, we'll take care of it, we'll do the test to make sure they're fine. If they or not, then they just need to rest from that on. Yes, Stone.
Sorry, I'm gonna probably have a bunch of these. What if we're on the field and that happens, and we don't got time to go all the way back?
But you can make sure you protect them. Basically. You guys are a team. The whole point of Valkyrie is making sure, and also this applies for a lot of you Valkyries, me teaching you guys or making you guys carry those sandbags, I'm making sure you guys are ready to carry anybody back in case they're injured. You're just going to get them out of harm's way as quickly as possible, have either a Centurion, Valkyrie, Cavalry, one of the members help escort you back. Because when you're carrying somebody, you're not going to be able to defend yourself unless you have some way of meaning to do that. Anything Viviana to say
Well, I would like to be able to partake in that training, but as you can see...
Believe it or not, you can still do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could strap him to the back of the cot.
Yeah, exactly. There's other ways, means of doing so.
Maybe
even
we
if you're in a
prep the
wheelchair.
legs up a little bit so they don't like cross the ground
And,
while they're going.
To go off of that, I'm going to say this: the only limitation you guys have is literally yourself. There's other ways to do means like to go further, like just because you're in a wheelchair. That too, or yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's also more things about overhealing besides like the tissue growth, bone growth. You could also kind of, I've seen this once. I don't know if you could get rid of their pain receptors essentially. Their body gets so used to heal over so much to the point they won't even notice pain if they were get hurt. If they were in a lethal condition, person I saw, they passed away due to the fact they were unaware that they were even hurt in the first place. Because back then, all they would do is just get healing magic over and over and over.
So they couldn't feel pain.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes,
That's the last
essentially,
thing we want.
to best word it, if I'm understanding correctly, is it's good to administer first aid, but try not to use it for just something that's very minor. If there's something that, for example, a mere bandage or splint will fix up, then use that. But you don't have to use you don't have to overdo it for something very minuscule. Only use it when it's absolutely necessary.
Do you have a question, Mel, or were you just scratching your head?
Just scratching my head.
Okay. Now, those are all the physical attributes, but also it could also apply in psychological. Reason why I say that, as I said, everyone's going to be more dependent on that healing. They're not going to be relying on their natural healing or their ability to at least fight, because they just feel like they're going to get hurt every second. And they're going to be like, oh, I need healing right away. No. When you overheal someone to the point that they feel like they could also just be invincible, causes cockiness for them, causing them to their downfall, or sometimes their lack of confidence because they feel like they just need to be healed every second from the they get hurt.
This is useful for knowing for the others.
All that kind of stuff.
However, I degenerate.
We don't need that right now. Especially whatever we're going to be facing up in the future.
I simply will not be injured.
As for when it goes to different races, that's more of Fontaine's department if you have questions for him, because his knowledge on all the types of races in the world is more knowledgeable than I am, as he's been around longer, and also his research on that is probably more accurate. I only know more of the basics and specifics on certain races. Any questions so far?
Would it be viable to only partially heal wounds with magic and then bandage them up so you're not using too much at once?
Yes. This also will be better for the caster as well, because if you were to overheal someone, you're also depleting all your mana faster.
Which
for
could
something
get you
that
mana
does not
sick.
need to do. Mana sick, mana burn, mana flow disruption, a lot of things. That healing could be used for other reasons in the future, because for some reason you decided to heal someone that's already fine or in a stable state. Trust me, magic is an easy way to get people healed up quicker to be ready for battle, but at the same time people forget the basics of medical. When it comes for stitching, first aid usage.
Oh.
Now,
I was just wondering if you have ever seen an example of someone who has gotten overhealing from the opposite element of their magic. I didn't know if you have any examples or explanations of what happened for those individuals.
hold on. Can you speak up a little bit? It was kind of hard to hear that question.
Yeah. I was asking if you have seen any examples of individuals who've been overhealed by the opposite element of their own magic type, if you have any examples or explanations of what may happen for those individuals.
So that one is an interesting case. As a lot of you know, I could only do healing magic, including my fire. But for most cases, never risk that option if they're the opposite element. Even though mine could be healing, due to the fact of their race or whatever their element is, it's a disadvantage factor. It could still hurt them. Viviana?
if I remember correctly, because isn't it? I think it was part of Alphonse or Professor Alphonse's class. He said that if you're using healing on an opposite element, it could mess up their mana veins pretty badly. It could fry them, I believe.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, but he has been around longer, so maybe it is true. Just
But
don't
then
risk the
maybe
opposite fact.
if you're trying to overheal by accident because you don't know you're doing it in a panic and you're an opposite element, it's not out of the way, I don't think, but at that point, I think the person would be complaining about pain before that happened.
More than likely. The basic first thing you should know is assess the situation, what kind of injury it is, what we're dealing with. In the midst of battle, it's going to be chaotic. You're fighting, you have to defend, you're trying to figure out what injury they do. Most important thing is please remain calm. Last thing we need is someone to panic, go over the head or something like that, overheal, underheal, start losing focus. But in the case for all of you guys will be out there together, so that way you guys have each other's back. Valkyries, you'll have every other house is watching over you while you try to heal somebody in battle. For example, I don't know, Stone is down, he needs mending. The rest of you guys will Cavalry, Centurion, Vanguard, defend while Valkyrie heal. But not all of you guys at once. Please, and I can't stress this enough, when someone is down, please give them space. Don't huddle all up together saying, are they okay to look? No. One or two, that's good enough. Give them space. Other than that, I think that's more or less that. Oh, yes.
I was gonna say, you could frankly say specifically only Valkyrie and the current party leader should be the one checking on the person. So Valkyrie to heal them and Cavalry to update what the current situation is. Is that a fair guess?
Most likely, yes. Honestly, I think from going on the missions, I'll probably request them to have like a head medical in a team at least, along with the team leader, which will be selected from the cavalry members. And Irenaeus, I remember you mentioning that you would like to know the skills of other people, so that way you could, as a cavalry, you would know what to position people.
Their skills, abilities that they're best with, and what kills them.
I didn't have the time to mention that to the other professors. I do apologize, I was a little busy, but you guys all heard me with that. I think it will be best if all you guys got to know each other's skill sets and stuff, so that way when you guys go into actual battle, you will be more mentally prepared and also physically prepared. And then from there on, we could do some team exercises with cavalries, each one doing a little leadership role. I'll talk with other professors on that. I remembered it. I'm so busy. Other than that, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I think you just need to make sure to go with the sense of making sure people don't use a large potion for just a slash of the arm. To make sure don't
If I even see a large potion for a slash of the arm, you already messed up. If you get a paper cut and ask for a large potion, I will actually make you pick up a sandbag and start running around the school 10 times, and then pick up another sandbag and run around another 20 times.
Oh my god.
For that stupid question.
Understood.
Good.
At least ask for a kiss on the boob.
Oh no, I got a paper cut. I'm gonna die.
Truly depressing way to go, I suppose.
Oh, I'm wounded.
Has that ever happened?
Believe it or not, that's what I mean by the psychological part. There are some people who get overhealed to the point they feel like they need a larger potion for just a paper cut.
That's part of it that you missed from the beginning.
Has that ever happened to you?
Talking about the effects of
Despite
people
me using
too
my healing
used
punches,
to
I still
healing,
let my body
magical
rest
healing.
naturally.
I see.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alright, so I had a thought. It made me think about 2 missions prior when we had to save the town from what was formerly the town from those bandits, or well, the things we reviewed the other day.
Yes,
If we find civilians who kind of got their head kind of messed up like that, how are we supposed to deal with them? Thinking that they want like big potions for little injuries, because they might
First
come to
assess
us
the
in a panic.
situation. First assess their injuries first, and you guys are the Valkyries. You guys will be the experts on this. Just because they say they need all this stuff, no. Check everything. Examine them fully. Make sure whatever they need is that exact amount. If they say they need more, don't.
And if you're unsure,
Deal with them fast. Yes, sir.
if you're unsure, you can also ask your cavalry member.
As well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
More likely that will happen a lot due to the fact they do believe they are in a life in this situation, so they are in the belief that they need to be healed to the point where they are not in that kind of state. They're in a panic, and also like the adrenaline kicking in, it's not gonna help.
Yeah, and I'm worried about our healers getting bogged down by multiple people thinking they got big old wounds and they only got little stuff, you know? 'Cause that's gonna hurt our time and getting to the people who really need it.
I have another question that might upset a few Valkyrie. Now let's say we're on a mission, right? And someone is injured and our healer
Yes,
is
but
not
it's a
available.
quest in your
And
guild.
it's a quite big open wound that may end up in bleeding out. Would burning it to seal it temporarily be acceptable?
Cauterizing a wound, it depends on where it is, along with how long it's been open for.
This is your chance
Exactly.
to chat again.
Life or death.
Fuck.
Can I fucking...
There we go, Arlo. I'm gonna
Hey,
punch
buddy,
you.
you're talking kind of loud.
You hear your mind thinking.
Intrusive thoughts are winning again, I say.
It's okay, Arlo. Don't worry. We'll have a talk about that.
I would also
Any
suggest to
case,
stop the
cauterizing
bleeding
does-
first before
is
you're
an
doing
option.
any cauterizing.
But yes, apply
Alright.
pressure first. So there's multiple options. If there is someone of Valkyrie on the way, apply pressure as much as possible. That way you can stop the bleeding.
What are we talking about?
From there, I'm gonna smack you later.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about. No, I'm joking. I need to have more sense of humor. That's what Siri said. Basically, what would someone do if there's no Valkyrie around? If there was a huge wound, like an open wound, you said?
Open wound to the point of they're losing more blood on the outside than inside.
I think they were talking
first
about
ruling.
catering.
Cauterizing.
Basically using.
Cauterizing.
Yeah, that's
Hurts
sorry,
like
again,
hell,
huh?
but it
It's
basically
okay,
closes
though.
the wound up by
You're
you
not medically,
burning the
no.
skin and melting it together. It's not a pretty thing. First, apply pressure. That's the first thing. If the Valkyrie's on the way, they could take care of it. If not, you have the potential to cauterize it. Make sure you apply pressure first, stop the bleeding completely, and then you cauterize it.
Good to know. Sort of a.
I'm gonna say this because this
I-
is the biggest issue I've seen everywhere. If someone gets shot in the arrow by like an arrow or something, never remove that arrow because you don't know where it is punctured. You could cause. God, it hurts me every time. I can't believe I have to say this because it happens so many times. Just don't remove the arrow. Keep the arrow in so that way the arrow is keeping pressure on it too. Right now, like wherever it's bleeding.
Until you immediately get to be able to do the triage
Yes.
stuff, right?
Basically that.
Yeah.
And then also, when you're finally ready to heal them fully, take the arrow out and make sure whatever kind of pieces was stuck in there, like shrapnels or whatever, take that out too, because I've seen people heal over shrapnels inside their body.
And that could be, yeah, that's not good.
And that requires surgery afterwards to get it fixed.
Man, flesh is complicated.
It very much is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Definitely. It is very much is.
Other than that should be all unless someone else has more questions.
No, sir.
That was all I had to ask since, well.
I had a question, but that's more for one-on-one with you. You don't need everybody else.
Alright, we can say that for later. I have to talk with Tesla first, and then we can do that. Other than
It's
that,
not a rush
class
thing.
dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor.
Also, why are you cold?
Thank you for the lesson.
I did training.
Ah.
It seems I got here too late.
Do we do our spa in a second?
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Ben,
Blitz, before you disappear.
I would recommend you discuss it with
I need to look at that banner quick.
I can help you with that.
I would just suggest that you
It's
get
probably
hired
worth
with
it.
us.
The pride and joy of Valkyrie, though.
Alright.
It's the pride and
Seems like
joy.
it might be important for you.
Make sure you spread the pride and joy as best you can, okay?
I was
It's
sitting
target this
knowledge. I was really trying to obtain too much.
You know what? You know what? No. You know what that reminds me of? You know what that reminds me of?
I might share my notes on it with you.
Get fucked.
If you're able to, I'll
Not
call
my
your session.
problem.
I'll just do it. So, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
I'm gonna go get some fresh air.
Morris,
Are you?
Are you free for a moment to talk?
Are you
Just on
okay
a moment.
anyway?
Yes.
Places, but I would like to drag you at least.
First, let's get out of here. Much better.
I'm pretty sure that's his fancy shadowy poof. I was correct.
Ah, it's nothing. You saw nothing. Ignore the shadows that are beckoning you to join them. They're not your friend.
And don't listen to the voices either.
Later, if you
That's wonderful wisdom, Blitz.
want to learn more about more helpful cauterization, I can help you a little bit with telling you what parts you could cauterize. That
But you
way,
can
so
see spirits,
if you're
can't
trying
you?
to just seal up the whole thing, you can seal in internally.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Which is not going to help any.
Oh shit.
Pardon?
Pardon, sorry. Apologies.
Are you guys busy?
No, not really.
Okay.
You want to take the short way, Kokiri.
Shit.
That's fine.
Where are you guys going?
I was just gonna.
Back?
I was gonna take him to the game room.
I didn't know how public you wanted certain information to be, so I figured I would ask you in private. I was told about a conversation you had with the Dreamweaver.
Yes, this is the dissemination of information that I'm hoping to have with the right people. We were going to gather at least who I believed and who we both believed would be advantageous to know at the moment. Some things I am uncertain of entirely. I do not wish to give false information.
Who else were you planning to go ask?
I assumed at least some of the professors and members of cavalry should know first.
I agree with that. In that
At
case,
least
I
Professor
can't wait for
Virtues already
that.
knows.
I'd imagine. Whose little Virtues doesn't know. I mostly wanted to ask about the
the one asking
contents of
Lavin?
that conversation.
I was expecting to explain such things to the group, but if there is something you wish to know ahead of time, I'm willing.
I'm afraid I don't think I know enough to ask any specific questions. I've already told you basically all of the details I know. Except for I don't know how the spirit of the Dreamweaver is here.
From what I can see, the spirit is bound to the artifact which he held before, and which is kept on the campus, albeit behind barriers.
I see. So they kept it. In that case, were you in the artifact room?
Yes, they were given permission from Professor Virtues.
Interesting. If you have additional conversations with the Dreamweaver, I'd like to be present for some of them. at least to pass along questions to you to ask.
I can see what can be done.
I
We
appreciate
at least
that.
received more information because we were new. We're not involved in what happened to him in the Gorgon.
In that case, the spirit still has its own personality and its own desires and biases. That's good to know.
That is what most spirits are. Their personality and emotion tied to their mana that lingers.
Is there typically a loss of knowledge that comes along with a living being transferring into a spirit?
It would depend on the circumstances of death, the amount of mana that the spirit still has, and what it knew before it was killed.
See. When were you thinking of having that discussion?
I believe I need to speak with the others that were present, at least at the initial conversation, and then gather who we can, assuming that there is nothing else urgent going on at the moment.
As far as I know, that was it. I do think the only other announcement was Sayori taking a place over Copperbeard. And if you would like to gather cavalry, I would suggest going and asking Sayori. They'd have the easiest method of gathering all of us at once, for whenever this happens.
I shall do that then.
She's most likely in her office, if she's not over here at the training area.
I believe I saw one that I need to speak to ahead of time, and then I will go speak to the professor. And we'll gather as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Conversation about this.
I see.
I can't overmend you or it might start disfiguring your body. I'd rather not do that.
You know what? That is very fair. So long as they are no longer gravel textured, I think I'll be fine.
There. And let me just get your back a little bit. There you go. Sorry. I know that will feel weird.
I don't like to feel raw.
It's all
Oh, there's a spar happening now.
There is. grabbing?
Oh no, because I finally found. I remember the name. It's Nico's the one that asked for the helmet. I forgot. Hey, you know, it's not, listen. There's a lot of shit going on for the first couple weeks.
I agree.
Metalhead.
Says the one who can't pick. Says the one who can't pick a major to go in.
What do you mean?
You're going under like nature, then rooms, and then studying things. I seen your note.
Look, just because I'm focusing on nature runes, wild magic, enchanting.
The statues, all the runes around the school, everything under the sun.
Hey, that's just me being curious. That's not my studies.
Right.
I feel like I'm missing something.
They're
where that came from.
How come they can, touch? I thought, whole zappy zap.
Isn't he?
Lance's body is covered in armor.
Yeah.
His body, and equally, he does use electricity to degrade, from what it seemed. He had said he was managing an amount he could, and then if it got too much, he would call it off. I believe it is still affecting him, just not to normal levels. Please do not miss
Oh, you missed it. They were throwing me across the room.
Oh, no, yeah, no, actually. It's more so the fact that I couldn't control small.
And then, if I bonk myself.
They've been showing off that they could do this. Why are you surprised?
Quick actions.
You're like a harpy now.
What? Do it again. Keep clear alive.
No.
Take a deep breath.
You're gonna end up making yourself pass out one of these days.
Oh, we already came close to it.
Probably already happened. Yeah.
You should not do that. You should not.
The turns have table.
The turns have a deep table. It's moments like these I'm glad I wear shorts.
How's that? Guess what?
Yeah.
Swap size.
What? No,
Draw yourself.
This is just how Nako's been the entire time.
It's training.
Having fun over there.
Yeah, stop casting. You literally just had to take a mana potion.
I am. I'm not over pushing it. No, we'll
But doll.
Have you somehow avoided seeing them do that?
Where's the voices coming from?
Somewhere off
Where are the voices coming from? I'm quite literally around the corner,
Section of my body. So like huge fist.
watching the spar.
I didn't do that.
Well, not really. If I like put momentum behind it and then swing.
Yep, everyone's none the wiser.
Hello.
Am I up next?
We're all aware.
Yes,
We know everything.
I am warmed up.
Yeah.
Would
Do either of you need healing?
Magic at all? Make sure that his needs are attended to.
Here, come here. I don't have to actually touch you to heal you.
Hold on.
We just stop, Nako. Stop.
You need healing. This is bruises.
Don't touch
If
him,
it's
you're
just
gonna use
bruises, do not heal it.
Yeah.
We've just had a discussion about this.
Naka wasn't there. Theory was training them.
Yes, but you agreed to it, Blitz.
But I got a question.
You were there.
Yeah.
Why in
I was just gonna do a
is a
mending
Limp
spell.
Bizkit?
Nako, the specific training that you missed that just happened over in the Valkyrie Lounge was about the dangers of overhealing. And about how
I'm
detriment
asking again because I'm just wanting context.
magical healing should only be used to stabilize the body from death.
No.
But biscuits aren't limp.
What?
Is generally what was said.
From the prayer.
Even mending.
Was just a,
Right there, Limp.
I was gonna do a small mending and
You
this
see-
just
you see, I
pain
come from
reliever spell.
Yanchi. We know how to make proper biscuit.
At least generally from the training, it's best if they just tough it out.
Sorry.
Lest your body forget what pain feels like or how to heal.
If you don't know, see, if you don't know about the wondrous thing that is cheddar biscuit,
You enjoy your spar.
But I appreciate the offer.
There you go.
You enjoy your spar.
I don't mind having another spa in a second.
He puts it in his mouth.
Lance is a lot heavier than he looks. Ugh.
You sure about that?
I
He
think
looks
I
heavy.
headbutted a lot more than I should have. Correction, apologies. He looks heavier than he should be for how short he is. Normally I'm used to I'm weighing a lot
So how was
less.
the lesson?
Which part?
Jeez,
Huh?
that's really good.
It was actually generally beneficial.
I'll try in a second.
Oh.
The dangers of overhealing and mending. Stories of people losing their pain receptors due to the overuse of magical healing, their bodies stop healing altogether without magical healing. General medical horror
I
stories.
know my... True. I know my nerve endings can be a bit shoddy at times, but that's more so because of my magic. Side effects of lightning. And whatnot.
Where's Stone?
It was beneficial to know at least how to recognize overhealing in others. After that, it does not apply to me anymore.
I appreciate you bringing it up, since I haven't really... To be honest, I just said yes to what was asked of me there. Probably not a good habit.
I don't think there will be any situation where I'll actually need healing.
I see.
What's your idea?
Can I borrow some of your lightning?
Yeah.
I don't know if he still is.
This is gonna get very sparkly for me. Yeah.
The hamburger is very good.
I never liked the way that it gives me that
Beef
aftertaste.
patty, cheese,
My lighting is
I
probably a
have
lot
the
worse.
power.
pickles, tomatoes, whatever you
Power of
want.
what?
Hammer.
On top
Oh,
of
I
the
see.
jalapeno sauce.
You've done it. You know what you should do?
Have you never done that before?
You should spar.
No,
They have
but I
lightning
just
hammer
thought
now.
of
Yeah, you should spar. They have lightning hammer now.
it.
You're used to lightning. You're very weirdly used to lightning. You get sparkly when you're touched by lightning. Yeah, you smack your upper with it.
Poke.
That's not your upper, that's someone else.
Lightning hammer.
I don't know how he is with lightning.
I mean, one of my elements is lightning.
Breathe.
Go
Good to know. What's your
that's,
other element?
that's why I knew it was safe to. That's why I knew it was safe to poke you with it.
Feeling better?
Lightning Scythe Boy, what's your other element?
Dark.
Dark.
Okay.
That
Right.
side it hurts me.
Same element. Good to know.
Now,
Also
do I
dark
get
lightning user.
darkness, my good sir?
I will smack you so hard with this hammer.
I mean, I could offer you some darkness,
can
but that'll just
punch
hit
you with
everyone, and I'd rather not cause a mass panic cat spray.
You hit me.
I'm also standing right next to you.
I'm going to unleash the light.
Listen, I already know not to use it on angels because you're weak to that kind of thing. That's why I jokingly jest, and will never do it to you. As long
He
as you're on my good
doesn't,
side, of course.
Blitz, he doesn't know what you're speaking of. He's talking about dark, the element.
Your dark element in my direction. I will drop this and blind
Eh,
everyone
if
in
he
a
asks, I'll
2-mile
answer.
radius. This
For
is
now.
Kios.
Counter argument. Let me just.
Don't cast that light around a bunch of dark users, or you're still wishing for death. It'll be swift and painful.
Why do you keep telling me that everything's fine?
Yeah.
This
You
is
know
just
what's funny? I just have to look away.
It hurts my eyes. What do you mean? It's just flashbang.
Hold on. Let me just.
Cat fleshies. What is happening to your? Why are you presenting
know,
your
he's
ass
just
to me?
shutting
I
his
don't swing
ass.
that way.
He just
Assert dominance.
Fucking
show,
freaks,
are
I
you
guess.
a baboon?
No, I was stretching, but I was also looking for my glasses.
Magnum piss laser.
Well, I think that has done the
I
trick.
suppose.
Your flashbang won't hurt my eyes if I have glasses, right?
I mean, that's not entirely how that works, but sure.
Giant. See?
I guess that there's the bang part of flashbang.
Oh, but yeah, my ears. Yeah, I'm an elf.
I think you are correct.
I need to invest some earmuffs.
Yeah. Everyone always
Some
forgets
good
about the
old
bang
target
part.
practice.
The only thing I generally need to work on is accuracy. That is a stag beetle.
I see.
Big ass one. No, it isn't. It ate my fire crystal earlier, so no, it isn't.
I don't want to touch it or have that anywhere near me.
Well, it's here. So if it's part of the native species,
It ate the
it
fire
could be.
crystal.
It could be a freak for any sorts of reasons.
Fair.
The balance is really off still.
Hello, guys.
Lightning boy!
Or girl.
You've done it. Light up.
What the fuck happened to you? Wait, what?
Light up.
Metopa?
Light up. You know, it's
Light.
Europa, but with lightning, and it's lightning in Europa. Light up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
My head still hurts a little. You are, but it's
Are you
alright.
okay?
Not everyone can be brave.
No, I
It's
just
agreeing
don't
with you.
English too good.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, no, so when people make words up like that, I just error code. I do not speak common very well sometimes.
Good to know. I'll make sure to keep doing it then.
I hate you.
That's not really nice. I should probably
It's a strong word.
speak up.
Try something more your style.
Oh, you motherfucker!
That took you way too long.
I am not caffeinated yet. Leave me alone.
That sounds like a you issue than a me issue. You should try to consulting now with someone who actually
Do you have a specific place that you want to?
I guess the
Do
gathering.
not represent.
Discuss some
I would
things.
not be surprised if they wish to gather in the
Are you
cavalry
okay
room.
if we share?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. It's up to you.
Then I'll meet you guys at.
Does Miss Sayori already know?
And I made sure to check with other people about it already, so
trust
I
your
got all
judgment.
yes.
I'll let her know.
Cool.
Yes, I have not been able to speak with her yet.
Unless you'd like to.
What's going on? What's going on?
I'm saying hi.
We'd like to use the cavalry lounge to have a meeting.
Yeah. I'm just kinda.
Just informing you.
Yeah.
Did you need him?
It's done. Would you need to talk?
Give me about 4 minutes. Go ahead and gather everyone. It's not a crazy question. Just over here.
You'd like to come with me, Kokiri. We can just gather the rest of cavalry and go in.
I was gonna make
Blitz.
it funny, but
Aura.
religion doesn't exist here.
Yes.
We're gonna be gathering in the cavalry room.
Wait, what?
You know where any of the others are.
No, I've sparred laps and then.
I will take a flight around and see if I can spot them. And I shall get them towards.
There's new information, Onyx.
Fiori is in charge now.
Oh fuck, you're right.
It's not just that.
Good luck.
And also Miss Sayori said be there.
Good luck.
Wait, I'm not supposed to do those? What do you mean?
Good luck. Here's the
you
cavalry. I am zero, but I meant good luck because you had a negative reaction.
If you see anyone else that's cavalry,
Hey, guess what?
perfect, there's Winter.
Go on now, have fun with that.
Don't even think on it.
I did let Winter know ahead of time.
Oh, did you? Good on you.
Then get out of your head.
Okay, we both know
I'll get it back into your head. You're a grown-ass man. Make your own choices.
I'm just letting you know. Peter Grasshopper.
You know, I didn't think this through. I don't know what
We can just keep walking. Hello, Winter. You're just in time.
I'm going to cavalry.
He'll be in the cavalry room in momentarily.
Winter, perfectly.
See,
Hey, Winter.
Sable I didn't know yet.
I don't know what to do with it anymore.
That's because I hadn't told Sabriel yet.
And I don't know what to do with it.
Over here, Q.
Okay.
Cookie.
Keep slipping on the floor.
Stop sliding.
That is cute.
I'm sorry, the shadows are claiming me again. I can't stop them. They get lonely, apparently.
Stop speaking to them.
I can't speak to them. I don't know what the fuck they want. Just every so often I take a dip into the shadows and sometimes I don't want to let go.
Oh, how horrifying.
Oh yeah, because your light years would be a lot more horrifying, huh?
No, just generally, the situation sounds unpleasant.
It can be. That's why, sleep is for the weak or something along those lines.
I'd say generally being embraced by the lights feels very pleasant.
It is important. All of Calvary, according to Sayori.
I can tell you more about it once we're actually in the lounge. It is spawned
You know what I'm
from...
excited for? Laying down. That's what I'm excited for.
You're always excited to lay down.
Okay, true. However, I did not expect... That's fair. I didn't expect Lance to be so fat and heavy, alright? I thought he'd be lighter. I mean, yes, he has metal prosthetic arms.
In hunks of metal.
Yes.
If it's that important to you, you can miss this.
Yeah.
No. That's fine. They'll spar again at some point. I get to watch most of it, so.
I'm sure they'll be beating each other as often as they can.
And being careful of the wings, too. I forget how long your wings are. A sentence, actually. How long your wings are. Dear Lord.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you didn't take offense to certain comments like some people apparently do.
What do you mean? You just complimented me on my wing size.
Exactly. Well, you comment on someone's ears, you comment on the color of their hair, they take it as an insult. It's like, no, I'm just stating the obvious. I know there's more than just Lance as a lightning user. Alright, time to go upstairs again.
You okay?
Thank you.
Suppose you can take the normal method.
Yes. I can be distracted by
You know
my
what?
flame.
You know what I say to that? You know what I say to that? Fuck you.
Are you joining us in the Cavalry Lounge, Keo?
Let's go!
Yes, I am involved with it.
He was assisting with the information gathering.
Where did friend go?
Did you let the bug into the...
Why is that bugging?
I go by Reed.
I made a pet. I don't know why, but he just did.
Is there a reason...
Dodging wings left and right.
Is there a reason we're just allowing that beetle in here?
Fire is not my name.
It is my pet. You touch it, I hurt you.
Does it need to be in the room for this conversation?
Where's a bug in this
You can
room?
just follow me.
If you don't know its origin, get rid of it.
No,
I was already in the school to begin with.
Doesn't need to be in this room right now.
If Menace isn't here, I'd eat it. Hope he's doing good with his aunt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's not bothering anyone. What's your deal with the bug?
Magic exists, Onyx. If you don't know the origin of something, you don't know its intention.
I was not expecting that. Yeah.
It could be a bug, it could be listening,
Yes.
it could actually have a will. It could be a construct. Can you tell?
I
could also
think
be a
as a
familiar.
construct I'd be able to tell, yeah.
Is it a construct?
Oh, it's organic.
No, that at least Professor Iron would wish to attend.
It's a bug.
Yes, that is true.
There are fleshy organics, and fleshy constructs.
Oh, well.
I mean,
They're super rare.
Fontaine's bird's a good example.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Bingo bongo. Spot on as always.
I did like Cube now, but that was before we decided where to go.
Fine. Well,
Gotta get more bean bags in this fucking lounge.
Snooze, you lose. It's
So we should get more.
Alright.
Calvary replaces all chairs with beanbags. We are now the cool house.
Listen, I don't need a beanbag. I have the stairs. The stairs in my
I've
home
seen the
now.
Calvary room.
Yes, you have the one entrance into the room, Blitz.
That's just how
You
important
guys
I
also have
am,
a
Aaron.
fireplace. Neat.
Yes, the rainbow fire.
Self-importance, not
I am
really
the gatekeeper,
matter.
the keeper of the gate. Answer me this riddle.
Ooh, riddles? I love riddles. What's your riddle?
Oh my god.
Oh god, here we go again.
Again,
Listen.
I've never shown you my love of riddles before.
Listen, I have a riddle for you. Why are you a bitch?
Alright, hold on. Let me make sure I can hear you.
That's not a riddle.
That's not a riddle in the slightest.
What's the riddle?
My riddle
I didn't
for
hear
you.
you.
My riddle for you is why you a bitch. Bitches of
Ah,
few
I
and hells
see.
of many.
Ah, I see. I have the exact perfect answer to your riddle. You want to know what the answer to the riddle is?
If you flashbang me, I'm taking you down with me.
Not in here.
You
Please
Why are you
don't.
using my...
Remember.
That's the one I gave you. Put that away.
Yes, it is. I specifically chose
Again.
I
the one that
used
you...
my overcharged mana crystal. Put that away.
Not in here.
Party pooper.
This disc.
Because we
That's
have
the worst
people who
one to use.
are
Of all light crystals, that's the worst one to
allergic
use.
to
We
like,
have
or
we have at least 2
could be
dark
hurt.
users in this room right now, at the minimum.
Okay,
why I say.
fine. Are any of you
Look at
allergic to
your
wind?
beanbag chair. Yes.
Why are you going to use wind in an enclosed room?
You're a dark and lightning user.
This disc.
Wait, wind counters light? What?
Yes.
I don't remember
Yes.
that in
Wind
the
and
lesson.
clay.
What happens if you shatter that crystal?
A giant gust of wind goes out.
In an enclosed room filled with books and papers. And a fire.
Yes. Oh. Wait, that fire's real? I was specifically told by teacher it was fake.
Fire's real.
It's still a stupid decision. Please don't do it.
This disc.
Whatever.
I was asking what the
morning.
thing in front of you.
Yeah, that belongs to Onyx. I don't know why he chose to gotta
It
get a
might be a
bug.
magical
It's a bug.
construct, it might be a
It
familiar, we
attached to
don't
me,
know.
it ate
He's
a fire
insisting in being
crystal,
here.
and now it's here.
It grosses me out.
It ate you.
I could get rid of it for you if you really wish it.
What?
Quite easily.
God, it's not the weirdest thing I've seen today.
Oh, so you may pass just this once.
Oh, I was gonna just stand over here. I was just saying why our door was
Okay.
open.
Well, too late now. No one else may pass.
We're here to have a discussion.
I got a question.
Bestowed upon you.
Yeah, and there's also gonna be a meeting on some talk that I've already told Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, that tea. Okay. Okay, thank you.
See?
Yes, that tea. I'm just.
What?
We're just waiting on Kokiri,
Boom.
Shub, and
Jump
the
scare.
professors right now.
White boy jump scare just for you,
Something
Dio.
about it.
Specially presented.
I'm sorry?
I hope Kokiri and Sarah get here soon.
I got more
Maybe
questions.
too.
He'll grab him.
No, just stay here because then you're gonna go try to grab them and then they're gonna show up and it's just gonna be a whole thing of people chasing each other. It's better to just stay in the room and wait.
Yeah. Hello.
Right, who do you need grabbed? I don't need to be here, so I can grab them.
We just need Sayori and Kokiri.
Anyways.
Both already know they should be
If I see
here.
them, I'll tell them to come here.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Sayori was last
problem.
seen at the arena.
That and
Hmm.
Ironwood
I
is still
spoke with her.
present.
She said she'd be here in a couple minutes.
And there's.
Suppose we could pass the time until they're here.
Now we're just simply missing Kokiri.
And Ironwood.
Why do you need Ironwood?
Ironwood wished to be present for it.
Ironwood is currently dealing with a situation.
Again? What happened this time?
We can't say.
I see.
I could not find him.
Allison.
Winter was still sitting by the arena.
Winter did not want to be present for it since he said he was too busy.
Understood.
Well, his loss, I suppose.
Yes.
Marie, could you move?
If you wish to start Kokiri.
Very well.
Thank you.
For those who are aware of the cult that we are dealing with, last week, Kyo and I, along with Cube's help, decided to attempt to speak with the spirit of the Dreamweaver that is connected to the artifact within the artifact room. Under the Professor Virtue's guidance, of course. We were seeking to try to gain more information and potentially exorcise the spirit. Well, it unfortunately seems that cleaning the spirit itself may take much longer than expected. We did at least gain some information. It seems as if the Dreamweaver is no longer on the side of the cult, and the father that apparently runs it. Given his current circumstances, he feels as if he has been cursed and attached to that artifact. And from what I can tell, that does seem to be the case. There are actually shackles made of mana surrounding his spirit and keeping him attached. I've been attempting to draw from the artifact and potentially glean the spirit itself. It is potentially doable from what I have seen, but it is a very slow effort. The artifact itself seems to replenish. I've been cautious in order not to cause the drawbacks associated with the artifact itself, so I've been going nightly in order to draw what I can and then pull back before it attempts to pull from me. For some reason, it seems as if it is hiding a significant source of mana, but it does not show openly. Either that, or it is pulling from a source that I do not know yet. It does not seem to be drawn from the spirit itself. Instead, when I attempted to glean the Dreamweaver, the artifact's mana protected him, and did not allow me to do so. There are potentially a few reasons for this, though I am uncertain what they might be. At least specifically. It could be a form of curse. One that the Dreamweaver is subjected to because of failure. This may potentially be out of spite by the creator of the cult who gave him the artifact. This could also be a reason that his spirit is needed for something in the future. And the mana from it is not allowed to be let go until that purpose is confirmed.
As it was...
No books left.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Alright. As it was noted, there's also a artifact the Gorgon had, which apparently the satyr had a deep love for. That artifact was shattered, and we found out by the satyr her soul as well has not moved on. As there's been called the cycle, where the spirits are able to go through rebirth. That has not happened with the Gorgon. Apparently, as this is a more of a, I guess, what's the word, idea for right now. When her artifact was broken and she died, the father pulled her soul and her mana back to himself. Any general he creates or those under his command he gives an artifact most likely are now shackled to his command until he sees their good to be released. But this is only an idea for right now.
There was not... We could not gain every bit of information, and there was only certain amounts that the Dreamweaver could tell us properly. It seemed as if whatever curse he is upon also physically keeps the spirit from being unable to say certain things. Though from what I could tell, I am at least somewhat versed in speaking with spirits and understanding their reasons for being. He seemed to be mostly honest with us. He does not wish to be tied down, but he feels as if we would be unable to free his spirit, and that being tied to the father of this cult, as they call him, is no different than being stuck forever.
Do we even know if we kill this bastard, if they'll even be free? Or are we just damning them at the same time?
This would
That
seem
we have...
that...
No, go on.
I at least know, I can tell you from what I have learned over my years dealing with spirits, that mana is never truly lost. And a spirit is simply a mana connected to consciousness and personality, and emotions especially. I do not believe what the Dreamweaver said of the Gorgon spirit being completely obliterated. He seems to think that that was the case, but my order believes that there is no such thing. Yes, everything eventually returns to the
Your
core
order.
planet to re-enter the cycle of rebirth. If this has not happened yet, despite death, the spirit is being kept elsewhere. That is what I believe, at least. And for some purpose, most probably similarly to why the Dreamweaver is still here. And I'm not able to draw from him.
This as well, we found something out about the father entirely. Due to how he's able to do these kind of abilities, we found out the generals have seen the father face to face, yet they've never truly seen his face. He always wears a robe and hood over him. But this was out of pure honesty and even surprised us. The father uses all kinds of magic, not just one. So whatever he did
but at least
seems to be.
Discussed. Yes. The Dreamweaver said it was like looking at a well with every kind of mana inside of it. Though considering that the core should be the only means of such a thing existing, or perhaps certain artifacts given what the Dreamweaver staff can do. I have been considering the fact that the father of this cult may be some sort of construct.
That would make more
Some
sense.
sort of... Yes. And a natural creature created to be able to compartmentalize all kinds of mana. This is...
It would tie into your theory of
immediate explanation.
pulling the general's spirits after death, of how he obtained all of the different types of elements.
I also considered the idea that the father could be an artifact himself, if not just a construct.
Ultima.
Perhaps a vessel for others with varying mana that could support them all.
This would be a repository for collective knowledge while keeping the collective a secret. I am uncertain
We
whether
think about
something
it.
like this is doable.
We've already seen that they have other constructs, the steel and fire ones. Makes sense that those could be prototypes.
The other
Issue
thought
is, I don't
simply
know if
that
they're
this person
prototypes or
is-
not. There's also other areas those constructs are being made. I also asked the Dreamweaver if he knew the location of it. That he cannot fully answer on us. Because of course, he can't answer everything truthfully, because whatever the father's doing is stopping him. At least the artifact, at least.
He also said that all the generals work independently, so sometimes he would not actually know what they were doing in certain areas. But he did say that there were plans for each region. What they were, he did not seem to know. There's most probably a general for every country.
Does he know the order
As we know right now,
of the regions?
yes.
Forgive me.
I can explain this in more summary.
Listen to.
Each general is
I'm already aware
independent
of
and
all
does their
this.
own thing. Right now, we've only known there's 3. One was the Gorgon, the Satyr, and the one that was seen in Israel, the Archer. As we were told, the Archer is the father's most favorited son. Which means if we do anything with the Archer right now, even though he's within Israel, it can cause the entire school to be targeted by the father.
It
This was
also
discussed a little
said
bit.
the Archer was being used to disseminate information to the other generals, as at least the Dreamweaver said that the Archer was the one to speak to them all.
Either high favor or he's the most mobile of them.
It's an archer to assume mobile.
Just because he's mobile, that means he's
Found
the
out
fastest.
Reasons they may be going for Israel as well. Right now, Israel has no leader. It's under a council. This is the time for the cult to do its most damage as it can. Try and take over from the inside. Go through the, I guess, certain areas of Israel slowly and surely before shutting everything down, causing much disrepair. Israel's the one place with Magitech that can go across the entire, vast isles. If Israel falls, there goes any other island's kind of support, I guess. Hitting Israel will hit the world hardest. It'll affect everything.
With all of this said, I am, at least for the Academy's sake, quite concerned about the artifact itself, considering I have still learned very little about it and why it is doing what it is doing, and especially how it can continue to regenerate itself when it should be separated and not be in use. I've been considering the idea that, aside from the artifact hiding a wellspring of extra power and only exuding a portion at a time, that it may also be drawing from a source within the Academy, either another artifact or a person. So it may be best to be on the lookout for those that seem, or at least have seemed somewhat drained, or potentially if any items of power have been drained in the last week, and so forth as I can.
Has Virtue's already looked at it?
To continue to draw from it.
That'd be easy enough to tell.
Look at what made.
It'd be easy enough to tell with the artifact. Either Virtues or we can see mana.
I'm unaware. I feel like he would have already done that, though.
He's been the one observing every time I have entered in order to draw from the artifact itself.
Maybe it's only visible whenever it's actively trying to drain or something. And so you're not going to see it unless it's actually doing it.
In that case, I'd like to be present.
There's more artifacts out there.
Speaking of which,
I'd like to see it while you're doing this.
Yes. Come on. Get out of the corner. Virtues.
Where you want me
I suppose that would be a inquiry for
Go in the
Professor
middle.
Virtues.
I don't know why I'm here.
I'm not allowed to give permission.
They have
Oh.
questions for you.
Well, good timing regardless, Virtues. We were asking questions about what exactly the Dreamweaver's artifact looked like with the site.
What does it look like?
Mana-wise. Kokiri has a theory that it's drawing energy from the Academy.
Mana-wise, it's mostly nature, but with a mix of everything. As of now, it hasn't been trying to steal any mana from the Academy, but that's because we have it contained. If it was uncontained, that would be a different story.
Would it be trying to drain from everything around it if it was uncontained?
One more time.
Would it be trying to draw from everything around it if it was uncontained?
Potentially. This artifact, unlike the lantern, is passively doing it, so it's not as aggressive. Furthermore, it's mostly doing with organics going to sleep, unlike the lanterns, which were sucking the very mana from the ground itself. So it's more of a problem for people than it is for objects.
That, and there's also gonna be more artifacts out there. A lot more than just the 3.
I was considering the idea that, if not from within the Academy itself, that the artifact is also drawing from some sort of parent source outside of it that can somehow extend through the entire Academy's barriers. Considering that spirits have been able to find this place, and especially spirits that they have created and sent themselves, that means that they know how to... they know where to send the spirits in order for them to find this place. That is concerning. They may also be using these spirits as another source.
Virtues, I also have a question. How many artifacts from the cult do we currently have?
Well, we have one intact one, and he takes out a bag. Thanks to Jijo, we have the shards of the remaining second one right here.
Out of curiosity, the second one, have they any prominent magic?
Did it have any prominent magic?
Yes.
No, the fragments are dead.
Completely inert.
Well, that's...
Or dormant.
We have plans with the shards, though. We just can't reenact it just yet.
What's the plan?
Planning on
Earlier today, Gio showed me, she took the picture, divers, of a drawing of what we best think were the runic language on the shard of this artifact, as best as possible. Naturally, we don't have all the pieces, and we didn't connect the pieces together in order to make sure they didn't actually connect it. But we have a rough idea what the runes looked like when the artifact was intact. And in my best opinion, it's bizarre. There's runes of different spells on here that are connecting that shouldn't be together. It's a hodgepodge of different things.
One that was clearly noted was a rune of clairvoyance.
Yes.
And what exactly does that do?
I'll watch on him.
Specifically.
Clairvoyance
Yes,
As we
but
noted,
does the rune
once already knew about us.
does the rune of clairvoyance mean that the lantern can be viewed from far away, or that the person using the lantern can view others from far away?
Clairvoyance lets the person who writes the rune see from far away, rarely the user, so it's most likely the person who made it was seeing from far away, not the Gorgon themselves.
That's what I wanted to get at. Thank
Considering
you.
it seems that their items were given to them directly from the father of this cult, it may be likely that they were able to see everything.
It's also maybe likely that all of the generals can be watched through their artifacts.
Not too surprising there.
Which goes back to an earlier point of, you mentioned, of the school being targeted by the cult. I believe it's too late for that.
That and it may not be just generals anymore that have the artifacts.
True.
They wouldn't be
So remind me.
Our general location with the clairvoyance. Clairvoyance lets you see from far away location, but it doesn't tell you where that location is. We don't exactly have any common landmarks here. As for the spirits, we had a spirit attack well before we even interacted with the cult. Now, while that might be, they might already know the location before we interaction, it could also bear the fact that the spirits are being pointed in a certain direction, and they're being drawn to it like a magnet. Now, whether this father knows where the spirits are going exactly or not is hard to tell. But what is clear is to say is, if our location is truly compromised, why hasn't he struck a false scent of attack, rally his armies, rally his troops, and just crushed us already? We're only literally coming to this conclusion now. They've had more than 8 months to prepare.
Maybe they don't have enough information. They don't think they can do it yet.
I'm not sure if we understand the enemy enough to make any sort of conclusion on why they would or would not attack.
I second that, which is why I don't understand why we still don't go after the one we know where he is. Oh no, he's Daddy's favorite little son.
Worst case, we already have a target on our ass for killing 2 of them.
We don't know where he is exactly. Blitz.
Okay. It made it sound like we knew
Yisrael.
where he is, we just don't want to touch him to piss off the wrong person.
It's thought he's in Israel.
Generally that he might be in a certain area, but we don't have any confirmation. Plus there's bureaucracy, politics, and etc.
There's also the fact if he is used to transport information around between the generals, it means he has a way to get around to different regions, either incredibly quickly or without being seen. Either of those would make it difficult to actually find him.
Noted, the cult's 2 targets right now is Israel and Neptunia.
Can I point out something big that a lot of you might be missing? If he's used to transport information and he is currently in Israel, what's the part we're going to mention where there might be a second general he's actually transporting that information to?
I mean, that's the one thing I've been thinking of. There might be now new generals that we don't even know about. They've had 8 months, they've had enough time.
By sounds of things, there is at least like 3 generals at play. If what's correct, they work independently, well, split up into multiple regions, do multiple operations simultaneously. Hey, one could even be a decoy for all we know.
They may be, just that.
Out of pure curiosity, are there any Israeli council members that only recently joined?
The most recently acquired council member is Mika because she took the role from her mother. But even recent was, God, 15, 20 years ago.
Unfortunately, even that's not...
Yeah.
We can't say that's too far. Because we don't know how long they've been building toward this sort of thing. Especially with the thought that if Father is a construct, or any other long-lived species, time and how long this has been building might not have been an issue.
It's not Mika.
I can agree with him. It's not Mika, because to my knowledge of Mika, she's been not locked, but mostly spent her times in the tower most of the time, so...
She's a natural hermit, but even then she's also revealed herself multiple times during the festival.
Yeah, knowing her for a long time, I can say that she's not those type of people.
And it's very unlikely it would be any of the original council members. Those were all picked by Mentos, and well, that would be
Mentos has gone for how fucking long?
50 years.
My point stands.
I suppose that thought spawned from what it was said before of trying to an external and internal takeover of Israel from the council.
Now imagine this. Israel has no leader right now.
To take over Israel. At least from the other two attacks, they seem to be stirring up trouble and trying to find mana. No indication they want to take over the kingdom they were raiding.
Also depends on if they would want to take over. Yes, Kyo, what's the
You've
problem?
all seen the construct known as Songbird, correct?
Yes.
Creation.
Which one is that one again? Red Hell.
No, I didn't know that.
Iron Cage area.
I have met her, though.
One who was at the
Imagine
tournament.
this. The cult
festival,
tries doing issues. Songbird is fragile. Her mana is unstable. If they were pulled from her at all, that would signal for Mentos' return. They'd screw the cult over immediately.
How do you know all this?
That would force Mentos to probably return. I've done my studying and I've learned some things.
Virtues.
Right.
How many councilmen did you say have joined since the last past? I'm going to say about 100 years.
What was the question?
How many councilmen have joined since the last past 100 years?
Last 100 years? For Israel?
Yeah.
There wasn't a council at all till 50 years. The other 50 years it was just Mentos. The council was basically formed when their ruler kind of fucking dipped.
Are you sure he dipped and wasn't just, executed or assassinated?
No.
We would have found a body if he did. Not a note.
Yeah. It would have been that
Let's get rid of the body.
Trust me, it would take a lot to randomly kill him.
Yeah, to
My thought is,
yes, it would.
the easiest method,
Or some shit, and not from their assassin.
the easiest method for a general of this cult to be able to navigate through Israel without being seen and without having much of a presence would be that they are already there on the inside.
I'm not agreed. However, the second layer does also have a crime family problem.
That I can say that has been an issue for a long time down there.
Undercity, most likely. The easiest way to get through.
Hence, the lower area has been pretty bad since the pollution is bad down there. Which...
It's also the easiest way for the cult to rally their troops as well and get more people.
Yeah.
Maybe we're still looking at the wrong target.
Perhaps, yeah.
You think they're going to focus on Neptunia first?
No. I think Israel is their goal. But I think we're all looking at the general in the wrong place. The general just has to give commands.
Yeah.
It could easily be said that one person under his lead could be on the comms, while the other one is in the crime family. He's giving the orders to those two for him to carry out, so he can stay under the radar.
Seen as the Israeli issue, meanwhile, the cult's not doing a single finger yet, still making actions.
There is also the current, since we're bringing up the council member, council problem. Dolan, the current overseer of the second layer, is kind of in hot water, concerning a concerned incident came to light. So the council is kind of under fire right now as they're trying to deal with that.
Oh, fantastic. They're already in a vulnerable position.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
But it also gives us time to make actions as well.
Potentially.
It really doesn't, considering we don't have enough information.
Even if we were right and it is council member or something like that, how do you go about even trying to handle that? We can't just walk into Israel and be like, the council member's fucked up. It's not gonna, work. So...
It's more along you gotta have proper proof saying that they did something bad. So it'll take a lot of time.
We need the council on our side.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Do they have any outstanding problems currently they're dealing with we could take advantage of aiding them with? It's a good way to get trust with the councilmen if we solve their problems. Why I mentioned investigate these ships that are being broken in Neptune. We get standing for helping them, and we're allowed to investigate what we want to investigate in the first place.
That's awesome.
Let's see.
Conversation.
Well, with Dolan under siege, the second layer would probably be in, somewhat chaos. The head figure is currently under trial. That means there'll be some disorganization, rally of troops, etc., etc. Not to mention, some of the crime heads will probably be trying to make a move now. Trying to get more power while there's a little gap of it.
The reason why getting a councilman on our side would be a bad idea is because we don't know who
I think that'd be a wonderful idea.
If there's a traitor among them, we don't know who.
It sounds overall like it's summarizing into just we need for something to happen.
If I do able to go back, I may will try to talk to Nika because she's head of the medical
We
stuff.
had a plan, actually. I was told to not fully discuss this yet, but...
And while we wait, we can investigate the Dreamweaver.
It has to be those of Israeli people or residents.
Which I'd like to be there the next time you draw from it.
Certain things.
I want to see it.
Then you brought that. I am one of Israelians. David, Tess.
What would I try?
Rupert.
Lance, and I go there enough that...
There's
virtues under the circumstances. I do
all
believe Hernandez sees this as a threat to his entity as well. So him attempting to do anything would be in the wrongdoing of him.
You guys are going to have to play a very hard biting your tongue.
This one's going to be more of a political view.
Obvious.
I'm not saying he couldn't go, I'll just give him the general warning to give these two as long as they don't try anything stupid.
Oh, it was to both of us. In which
I would
case,
simply ask that
Issue is, if we
I
send you
do
guys
say
there,
so,
that also
please
may
leave the room
bring you guys into
immediately.
hot water as
Both
well.
of us would
Sounds like
need
we won't be
to.
able to help you at all.
Otherwise,
Well, that
at a
probably
certain
won't
point,
be
the
an issue because I was
artifact
part of the
begins
night,
to draw mana back,
the nights over there, so.
and it may pull from you.
provided I'm paying attention to it, I should be able to see if it attempts that.
Discussion between
But
those time and things.
No, if he ever decides to get
But
hostile.
we need more information. One way we could is by sending Israeli students that are
Living trauma.
placed right
In
now.
this case, I could tag along with them.
hold on.
You're missing another crucial point. What just happened? What just happened in Israel? Where did
It was getting harder to hear you.
where all our names were thrown around?
Right.
The tournament.
I said,
you're
while
right.
the Green Mirror is being
Curiosity
neutral right now,
as well.
we do have to keep on, make sure he doesn't return to hostile. Ghosts have a tendency to make people relive trauma,
If you see the students
whether
back, that would
they like to or not.
You would need
And he is tied to a
more
very
I didn't
intense
know that.
emotion.
people who could operate under shadows.
Ghosts cannot do anything physically to you,
Yes, I know.
but they can mentally strain you.
Are we
Plus, it is
capable
the
of
second
seeing
year.
the mana that the ghost has, if not the ghost itself?
Really not much.
You should be able to see a trail,
Broadcasted
like a
likely.
after effect.
True.
Please with those that can
It's not
Someday
as
we can
accurate as
find
living,
something moving around.
but it's something.
Excuse the look. After all.
It will also be important
Fontaine,
that
are you here?
if at any point you or you hear about any others having any visions or strange occurrences around them, please
I got
let
a
me know,
question for
since
you.
it could be the matter of a spirit, another that has been sent here.
I know you have the answer.
I can pass along the information, yes.
How many of our students were all the students listed in all the paperwork?
Yes. I've been able to draw very little at a time and then immediately pull back out of the room so it would not try to take any back.
Is there any way to
It still
impact
seems to replenish
them
itself,
or
but not
keep
to an
them
entire
private
degree.
For you,
It will
for
take a very
while?
long time to drain it properly.
Is it
I'm hoping
pulling
to at least get to the
ambient
point where it
mana
can
out
no
of the
longer
room?
protect the Dreamweaver with him.
Why do we need to keep any certain students?
I am uncertain what it is drawn
listed
from
in
exactly.
private?
Holding up all right.
It does not seem to be
Wayne
from the
has
direct
beautiful.
artifacts in the room with it. Which is
Because
why I
they
was
want to do
considering
an
perhaps
investigation in
somewhere
Israel,
else
but
within the
the thing
academy.
is,
Either something
not
or
only
some
is the
person,
private,
or potentially
the
other
paperwork
spirits
is
that have
been
been sent
open,
here.
but the fact that
If it's drawing for
anyone's
something, we
name
should be able to
face
see
has been broadcast
at least the
on it.
direction it's
So
being
it's
drawn
one of those
from.
situations where we
It's
would have
either
to
that,
operate
or
under
it has a
these
very
shadows.
large amount of stored mana and simply only shows a very small portion of it at a
Kinda
time.
that way for everyone else.
Because
We do not know the full
that is true,
capacity of
because
how
in
many
Israel,
people lost
at
their
least
life
the section that we were
before
in,
it got into our hands.
more than likely,
So that's
everyone
definitely a
who has
possibility.
participated in that tournament as well as
I'm
everyone
hoping that
who
at
was
least by drawing it little by
just
little,
there at
I'm
the festival from the school,
relieving some spirits
more than
from
likely
its
they have, well,
grip.
for the participants, they absolutely have their paperwork.
Like it's
Because,
purgatory.
well, they had to make sure they had
How
that for
morbid.
medical reasons if they needed treatment. As for
It's a morbid topic.
well,
It
students
is
who are
against
there
the natural
just merely for
cycle
the
that all should
festival,
go through.
they shouldn't have their paperwork. Because, well, why would they need it? Now, as
Is that a
for
teaching from the order you mentioned
below is
before?
that still, everyone has
Or personal
tier
belief?
students,
Yes,
both competitors and
the order teaches it,
non-competitors,
but it
so
is also the truth.
that
All
really
mana
just
and all people
doesn't help us out. But
go back to the planet
answer your
once they
question,
die.
yes, if we
To become a
need
spirit
to
is to be separated from that
pretty much
cycle
just
for a time.
make any sort of things from their records private, then we technically could. Though
I suppose
that's
that
more
follows.
of a department for that one or the headmistress, because I don't really have the power to do so.
I will at least continue the
more
process
emphasized
as long as
that
I
idea
can,
from
if that is alright,
years ago.
Professor.
Of course.
Here's the issue, though, with us being so late on it. One,
Are you
who's to say they
intending to
haven't
do it
already?
somewhat soon,
Two,
or more
it
during
gets
the
weirdly
night?
suspicious that we're abruptly ripping it away without a valid excuse.
I have been attempting to try at nighttime.
That's why. Worst
At least be
case,
consistent with it, so that it does not have the capacity of
There is
replenishing
also the
itself
factor
fully,
of, well,
in case it is drawn from something.
while we can probably get it past Oswald,
Your prayer is a
we're
spell
not
in
going to get it
nature,
past the other
correct?
council members.
That's why worst
But
case.
it's at least an ability that
Because keep in
I
mind,
can perform.
Oswald,
The mantra
I kid you
simply
not,
allows
I'm
me to
pretty
focus
sure I
that.
can just keep him busy for like a day.
Well,
And we could just have
spells
someone
can
go to his office
also
and
technically
just
be
grab the records.
countered.
However,
At least judging from the
when it comes to
conversation I had
someone who's a
last with
little bit
Fontaine.
more, how do I best put this?
Though there
Not
might actually
easily
be
distracted like Miss
countermeasures in
Mika,
place for
it's not gonna happen.
that kind of
Well,
praise.
Thing is,
There
I
does seem to be. At least at a certain
known
point,
for a
it does
long
attempt
time,
to draw
I
back
pretty
from me,
much
like a tug of war.
haven't stretched for
I have been
hours
cutting
on
myself
end.
off and leaving the room as soon as that
Even in the
happens, so
tower.
it cannot take anything back.
Well, that's
Also,
two of them.
Given that most likely
If I'm
you'll
not mistaken,
lose.
That leaves one or two more. but-
Another worst case.
I do not wish for
You
it to
said it
gain anything
yourself.
back.
Those who weren't in the tournament don't have their names written down, and a few people in the tournament didn't quite give the right information.
I wonder though.
So there's a bit more wiggle room with that.
How long can it keep
Why I
repairing
kept my face
itself?
covered the entire time during the fight.
Depends.
That is what I am curious about.
Well, keep in mind, Blitz,
I have my
even
own
if you-
needs.
But whether or
Maybe
not
a
that's a
very long time,
realistic
but
schedule
it is
for us
doable.
depends on how deep
If
this
I-
well goes.
Unless you kept your face covered,
Could be
all
in the
else,
scale
while we were
of
at the
drawing
festival,
from it
too.
for a year or from
We have
100 years.
staff there anyway. But when we would
No.
have been bound to
I
have
avoided
seen-
I can
people
attempt
for a
to be
reason.
swifter going forward.
Plus, like I said, I have my
See
own
whether it
means
changes
to...
anything, but I will continue to leave as soon as it begins to pull back.
Does it mean that they can still get
Possible I might be able to
information
see
on
how
what
much
you're
you actually pull from its store.
That's why I say I have my own means.
You can give an estimate at least.
The first thing on
No, I know.
Provided it doesn't have stores I can't see.
They're very distinct.
Like I said,
If
I
that is
have
what
my
I'm
own
saying,
ways to...
I would
not be
also like to
recognized.
see this in
Shadow
progress.
magic does have its wonders, after all.
Hmm.
Like I said,
Fair enough.
not my first
Considering
rodeo,
if
especially
it's
with
of
down there.
spiritual
I
nature,
will recommend
and
keeping a party of
True,
extra
I will give
four.
credit there.
The artifact
People
room is not
who-
too big, and we don't want to overcrowd it.
Not to be rude,
Agreed.
but
And that is
living
also
in
more
Ythril
sources of
certainly
mana
is
that
not
can potentially
an
pull
easy
from.
task.
Cube has been assisting me
Certainly,
so far,
living in
considering
Ythril,
that
you
his
have to learn how to be
magic
at least a
can allow
little
me
bit
to escape
crafty.
much faster.
Well, knowing
But
me,
like I
I've been
said,
for a long
interesting
time,
application.
So having a house there.
Precise.
I would request that he would be the
I mean,
There's a
fourth
will, there's a
then,
way.
in order to allow you all to escape faster as well.
individuals there, though.
That raises us to 4.
Theoretically here, if we are going to even humor the idea of sending some students over to Israel,
Actually, it's probably
regardless,
a good thing. It's not
are going to have
drawing
at least, for example,
magic
like
to the thing right
Sayori
next
or
to it.
Dakun or
Hmm.
even
It makes sense if the
bridges
Israeli
nearby.
students.
What artifact is right next to it?
As well.
Some thinking their items are
Yes.
things from some
artifact from my
most
homeland.
likely too.
Yeah, but I'm
It's,
saying regardless.
Old fair
If we're
family
going to do
heirloom.
so, we still have to have someone going along by because
It's a cursed sword.
I know for a fact even Oswald
You
will
keep
This is
your
also why I
personal-
was
fall for the,
considering.
oh yeah, we're just sending them on their own. No.
I was just going to ask, you keep your personal
He's got
artifacts?
level enough for some things, but he'll know something.
And a
that's
proof
not
There's one
artifact
who
room?
reads the professors in
he'll
there.
know
Ah, I
something's up
see.
if we just
But
send
I
only
keep
the
mine in
students.
there because it's
But
extremely
also,
dangerous.
one of our
if
staff-
So last time I
someone is
interact with
desperate to
him,
grab it.
he tend to forget.
This is
forget.
If
also why I brought up
somebody
the consideration to the
doesn't want
professor
the
of separating
condition
that particular
grabs
artifact
it,
from that
and
room
it starts growing
and isolating it
mushrooms
further.
inside their
I
internal
would think it would be
organs.
best for you to go that way. And
May I say
say
something?
me and Takunu tag along.
If we also know that
we
this
can
thing
keep hidden
has
in the shadows.
clairvoyance, and it's kept to next to a
Uh,
multitude of other
Plus,
artifacts,
you would be the best.
and
you would be
by
best
some of the
case
thing
scenario.
they can create artifacts.
Keep Oswald off the path a little bit.
If there is
So
a
you literally
clairvoyance on
keeping.
this, if there is clairvoyance on this artifact,
Plus,
they would
I
be able
will
to sift through
admit,
it.
bringing
The
a big
artifact
number
room
of
is much
people
more
would be a bit
carefully
suspicious, but also be
built
stupid
than,
not to.
the other rooms of this facility.
So if we do split the
No one
group,
could see
one
or alpha-size
being the noticed one,
Cut off then.
I'm
the
not
other
well
half
versed
of
in
you.
these, so I do not know what it
Still
has so
keep
far.
our numbers in a safe,
The
comfortable
artifacts in
number,
this room are
but don't draw as much attention. It's easier
more
to admit
important
saying you're
than
on
the
a
one
casual
that you
outing with
look
smaller
at.
numbers than with an entire group.
There's more
But again,
than
it's suicide not to bring a whole group.
probably the most hardest.
The issue is, if
been
you're going into
pushing through
Undercity,
sheer
that's
force
gonna
alone.
be
So why are we
its
going
own
back
risk
there?
right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not stupid.
However, For despite all the barriers, it can
That's why I said
still
split the
draw
group.
and give mana from where it is.
Our little cult.
And I can draw from through the barrier.
So it is not a
Think of it right now, Dad.
I'm supposed
They're targeting Israel
closed
right
off.
now. The Archer and them have already been there for probably how long now? They're already breaking things up. The Undercity is
I'm
going
told that
through
it'd be
shit right
much
now.
more
The council's
dangerous
on
to touch it
fire.
directly, given what it
They have
does.
enough time to do whatever they can right now.
I had no intentions on touching
to
it.
draw through the barrier.
Would save a lot of people and
Touching
probably
it is the
ourselves.
problem. Breathing in the
Our
gas
biggest
that's constantly
information that we need
emitting
to
is the
gather is
problem.
how many of their commanders that they have there. If there's one overall general and then two sub-commanders, that would be where we can
We're
get
talking
that
about the
info.
dream.
We
also
have
to be. You remember it. You first.
Yeah, I remember. I made it get gas.
This is my only concern.
It's not capable of making us
I
sleep, is it?
understand wanting to take this
It's not
initiative,
making
and
of
I
us,
really do.
but it's
I
still
applaud
able
it.
to draw our mana.
But at the same time,
Hmm.
you, as well as even you, for example,
General fatigue,
people who
then.
just started this.
for a second.
Granted,
I found
you've
that
been
out
here a bit
somewhere.
longer. Even individuals like Ryan,
Anybody
who've
good
been
about
here longer.
sharing water using the
It's
magic.
like
But at
having
the
your
same
life
time,
force slowly sucked out of your body.
I just
and
don't
there's
want
no thing
you
you
all
can
to
do
jump
in
into
order to
something that you
replace
don't
it. No healing
fully,
magic, no
at
regeneration.
least that you're not fully prepared for.
It's a
Try to make sure
Don't
that
kid yourself or underestimate us on that.
How unpleasant.
I wouldn't be making a stupid recommendation if I wasn't willing to put my own blood into it.
Just how unpleasant.
Child, I understand. It's not so much underestimating.
How do I put
Underestimating. It's more so.
Imagine
At the end of the day, I'm a professor here. I have to make sure I do what I can to keep the students safe.
needles on those needles going into your nostrils, your pores, and then stabbing and pulling out.
I have a solution to this.
As it slowly descends into your body.
Since the only other person except for Jakuno I know how to use any type of form of shadow magic to travel in shadows, is Blitz.
Feel you lose something.
So he would be with me, Jakuno, me, Jakuno.
That's unpleasant.
Then the issue comes, how many students do we bring along? If we include yourself, that would mean only two other students.
And eventually
And they
the
have to
cause
be
of
okay
death
with
if it
zero.
goes fully through.
Would
As
be
all men is removed from the
David.
body, it is
Lance could have some good standing.
a corpse.
In terms of how
There's also, what's his name? He's
You wanna
obviously
be the one
already
to catch
created by
me up?
Mika. The best thing of it is his things being taken
That's
up
tough.
now.
About the dream.
Yes, that's would be a very good option.
So, the reason
Yeah,
I
Mel
say
kind of
this
brought
Sensation
is that we have exactly 3 and 3 on each.
removing your mana.
One person
Yeah,
can
Mel's
go
been
into
seeing
each
a lot
shadow.
of spirits. I just told him to relax a bit.
For example,
We're gonna need to deal
I
with
could
that
go in your
artifact.
shadow, Blitz could go
Just
into
around. More
Veronica's
spirits.
shadow,
Think so.
and Jakuno can go into
No.
Koa's
Was it
shadow.
or did I miss it? I don't know. It's been a while. I've been talking nonstop, so I'm a bit tired as well.
Yes, I'm not too sure on that one.
Exhaustion.
Outside the artifact.
Oh, Yanchi. Then, in this case, we'll do Tesla.
Have you done a daily checkup on that artifact though, at least?
You-
Weekly?
You have the excuse,
She
you
has
and
been
the other
going
two
there
have
checking
excuse of picking up, like, personal items, doing paperwork,
enough.
all of that, you have reason to be there. Now,
So
as long as
basically,
we
it
travel
was
at
just
night, or
the
get
Dream
there
Reader
at night,
verse artifact that
me,
you got,
Jakuno,
right?
and Blitz can
Well,
use our
the Dream
shadows to investigate and try to get as much information as we can.
And I've been talking with him.
I'm in all for this plan.
And we're forming another party to go inside. I at least want to be able to actually see
7 hours.
Kokiri draw from it.
But that would also mean Blitz, you would have to stay.
Given that
Blitz.
virtues and I can see
He
mana.
also wishes to
I'm alright
be
with
willing
that.
to more
I
speak
do have
more,
quite the nose
as long
for
as
a
he's going to
reason.
see new
Good hearing and
faces.
sight, especially at night.
It does, if it's easier too, it's going to get a little
my life much
violent.
easier.
No more. I'm fine with that.
Don't like.
Well, I hope he's talkative. I can at least figure out the general direction he is, even if I can't see him
He's a
fully.
silver
He
tongue,
gives
but
off a mana
he's
trail.
willing to be somewhat honest.
Not this soon, but I will
That's
try.
going to be up to how well Kokiri and Aura can translate.
If something goes south,
I don't think I'll be able to hear him.
Understand. New faces have a better chance than, well, the people who are actually
As long as they're dark teachers,
which
I can.
yeah.
I'm quite slippery after all, too, I
Wood
must say.
follows.
So.
Which is
Still
why
keeps his
it's
living
mandatory,
biases.
It's forbidden to go in the room until we have this solved. We don't need the person who stabbed him 30 soon.
Also, thank you, Salary, for having faith in my
times going here.
So,
It's not
these
really
four gentlemen.
Being 28 stab wounds.
The exact group is going to be Kokiri, myself, Aura, and Cube.
True.
That is the group of 4 that are going to go in tonight.
I'm just excited to finally not be sitting on my ass doing jack off.
Understood, then. I'm fine with that. I'll trust you guys on this.
I'll trust you guys on it.
And it's been, besides the festival, quite some time.
Should be able to learn something from it.
The second.
I can toughen my nerves for what I need.
Fair enough. Look, this is whole talk, nothing set in stone yet.
Yeah, I know. Still, it's fucking second layer, isn't that the one that was off limits when we were there?
It was off limits during the festivities. They can't keep it off the grid the entire year. It's where most of the business happens, after all.
Yeah, no shit, but still. Oh, look, if they have it off limits, I imagine they had it off limits for a reason. And I'm pretty sure a good reason.
Honestly,
Saying festivities, it's hard to
the
keep an
reason
eye
was
on
because
things
no one
with so
said
many
so.
people.
That's as much as I know for that reason.
Sabriel,
At this point, Fontaine,
The same one that's currently under trial?
why do you think it's a stupid
Probably best
idea?
choice
I've already said my piece. I don't like the idea of it. Also, because I don't like to send year ones in on something so soon that could possibly go south. But if you all trust them, then I will put my trust in them as well. But
We
had already know.
someone on standby real quick too.
Exactly.
We don't have to send them immediately, and we do also need to talk to this about the headmistress. She's gonna have to talk to the council to make sure there's no funny business going on.
We're not there to...
We're also gonna have to talk with Copperbeard too, because we need all. We also need an all-professor agreement on that too, along with the other assistants.
They're just having the conversation, so when we get the ball rolling, we need to actually start having those conversations if we do want to do something.
Oh shit.
I don't even go down to second layer. I avoid.
That's a horrible idea.
Well, correction, I just don't go to Israel in general because I imagine that, like I said, living there is already a task in itself.
I've heard it only gets worse with each layer down. Is that true?
Oh yes, it gets.
Discussing what you were talking about, but okay.
All right, you were
Lord.
No, I know what you were going after.
That was my first time in Israel, and the air was disgusting, even if I went high up.
You're right, it is a bad
Yes,
idea. I do agree with that. But
the lower levels you get, how do I best put it? The thinner the air gets, because it's just so much harder to breathe down there.
It's more like
The third layer, the toxic wasteland, is where they cut all their waste.
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if there was just nothing but, not just thieves, but drug addicts that are just trying to scope around and find any sort of, like, I guess, thing for the fix. And that's not me just being, like, stereotyping. That's just, sadly, just the life of how it is in the layers down
Oh, the real problem are the mutant animals at the bottom. All the, well, pollution has caused the living where to become quite hostile. And
They're not going to the third level, so it should be fine.
no, they would need special equipment to even survive in the third layer.
For now, let's just focus on the main thing they're doing. And then we'll talk with the headmistress, all the other professor assistants, see what the verdict is for you guys. And also figure out a safety precaution for you guys in case things go south.
And only one thing, and only check that one thing first.
One thing I will suggest
Towards the end of
is
the
you may
night would probably be best, but whenever everyone is available, it's fine.
There would be two major
Also
goals.
need
My
to-
schedule for the rest of the night is free,
One is to see if we can
so just
find anything
whenever.
on
Likewise.
the document that would
My best recommendation also, if you're going to head to Israel, even if it's second layer, I'm not too sure how often any of the, at least like, more of the toxic and polluted air can come from third, at least up to second, but...
Technically, we do still like...
Yes. I agree with Sabi on this one.
No, I'm talking about if they... I'm still on the idea of if they go to Israel.
Oh.
It sounds like it's another group of
a gas
people.
mask just to be safe.
Yeah,
I
no, we
was
still
going
have
to
the match
suggest
form.
bring someone. I was still going to suggest bring someone who has at least some bit of wind magic. It's good to help at least help clear the air still.
Mal or
Arlo or
Arlo.
Mal,
Probably
yes.
Arlo, actually. No, I need a second year there. They needed someone.
Is the toxicity of the second level enough to irritate the eyes?
You say Arlo, but still at the same time, keep in mind also Mal's wind magic is a lot more proficient.
If you flew up the whole time,
I would say
you
both
could
of
probably
them.
avoid the major
Because then
areas, but
they have someone with experience and
if
someone
you
with
want
more
to actually get to the
proficiency.
buildings,
But I will if needed.
That could work.
But
Hmm.
knowing how
I will say
things
though,
are down
worry
there,
more about the
and
face
then
eyes. The
work
wing's
down
eyes
there
are
is a priority.
able to handle it at least better.
We'll provide you guys supplies or equipment for when you guys go down there, so that way you guys are at least safe.
As
Goggles
long
for your
as
eyes,
traveling
masks for
through
your
their
breathing.
clouds won't just strip me to my bones.
Everyone seems
I can at least survive
Oh,
on the
the
second
second
layer.
layer is literally built underneath the first layer. There is no sky.
Yeah.
What's the vertical distance
It's-
between them?
I don't.
If I were to go down there, how high could I fly?
Jumping into something.
Not too well, considering all the pipes and lines connecting to the first.
Fantastic.
Think of it
The
as
second layer works to make the first layer look prettier, so a lot of things connect up there.
There's a reason why I don't like
Basically,
Monkey Israel.
I'll paint you a picture then. Think of it as, remember the where we were for the festival?
Yes.
So we have to compensate.
Think of it essentially as that. Let's use that as the topmost layer. When you go a layer down, now when you look up, you're now seeing everything that was underneath that. All the pipeline, all basically anything of like the more lower infrastructure. And then you go below that, and now you're seeing now the previous layers. And the lower down you go, well,
more
also the more toxic, the more well, dangerous, and also the darker it gets, because well, theoretically some light can semi seep through into the second layer. While unlikely, again, the lower it gets, the darker and more hazardous it's going to be.
If the
Flight's
Wayback
needed.
here and have a bone to pick with Israel.
Flight's needed. I doubt I'd have the mana to just output light constantly. But in a moment.
Yes, especially if, and no disrespect to you, Mr. Aranez, but even hypothetically, let's say even if you had to go down to somewhere like the fourth layer, like just.
I'd rather not.
Because that's the most it is just 4, right?
I just have to take a ride on your
It's
shadow
3.
here, Saber.
4, they're
3?
just in the black sludge.
Yeah. So even if you had to go somewhere as low as like
Would
the
the
third layer,
half-hour
I
mark
don't
be
even
alright?
think you could
A
output.
group like that is not gonna just, you know.
Would the half hour
not
mark
have
be
ways
alright
of
for
trying to find stuff
attempting
like
again? I can prepare.
Probably some
That
sort of
works.
precautions against it might be a good idea.
At least for me.
This is fine.
I'm gonna go take or call it.
I have no interest of going below the second layer at best.
Set up before.
To the second layer.
Yes, but
As soon as I have a good night.
theoretically, I'm saying when it comes
My only
to
concern at that point would be leaving you alone.
even if it was somewhere like the third or second layer, no disrespect to you, Mr. Ernest, but I'm pretty sure you would pass out long before you're able to keep a light going for the entire day.
That's what I was saying. If I tried to. That's what I prefaced my statement with. That I could not do that.
Fair enough.
It was the first thing I said.
Apologies.
I was talking about in a moment, I could probably light up a good section of it. But that has its own cost. I said I did not have the mana to continually keep a light on the entire path.
My apologies.
Depends on what his
Hence, most of us carry lanterns down there, Metrotech lanterns.
That's why I mentioned my most people have
Yes, because a traditional lantern is way too dangerous because, well, one would be flame in, well, one gas leak and I'm pretty sure you can do the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
The
why
more
I'm trying to
enclosed the
fuse
space, the worse it would
every
get.
single little bit, even if it's just a room, it's
Precisely.
important in this scenario.
Hence,
Especially
the
if it
first
happens-
layer has the fresh air and more clean, then do that the rest layers.
Even worse, if
Even
you
though-
were to light a land, if you were to light a fire in the,
Yeah.
well, the lower the layer you light a fire in, the,
Such as
what is it? Then the likelier the chance of you igniting something, and then, well, it's only going to keep going upwards.
Yeah, the combustion will follow the pipes all the way to find a way to release that combustion outwards.
So, luckily enough, Magitech lanterns are helpful. And also why, if we're going to take anyone to Israel, if you need to defend yourselves, then it's best to bring someone who at least is not a pure fire user. It's okay if someone else has something other than fire, but if it's someone who's purely fire, then that's only going to hurt you more.
Yeah, I'm not pure fire, so I merely use Magitech anyways, so...
Yes, which is why also we can still bring Rika.
Ships that disappear.
Mm.
Like, is it from a city route? Like,
I can create
some of that, like,
stuff for
between certain
those who are going
countries?
down there to at least protect themselves, so...
I would say that I'd like the lesson about the various students' abilities and weaknesses to happen before any sort of team is made, to actually go and explore.
That's something I'll leave this one here or Miss Sayori to probably cover.
I believe Ironwood was actually setting up that lesson.
Still interesting.
Oh, was he already now?
He was the one who initially approached me about it when I brought it up to him.
Doubtful they are
Ah,
just a
perfect, then
secret.
yes.
As
Another
you said,
person I can actually trust with it too.
Then let's speak to a question. Are they using a ship? Are they flying there?
Especially with all of the new cavalry members.
Or they
We don't have any of the tribal knowledge of what any of the other members can do.
True.
Or what will immediately injure them and or kill them.
We've never fought together before until the tournament.
So, teleportation.
Generally just having a demonstration of all of the abilities.
What are we talking about over here?
We transitioned. I don't believe your name was brought up.
There's a lesson on... I did when I was pointing out that lessons on student weaknesses and strength I brought up that Sayori might be able to teach, and then you informed me that Ironwood was already working on that.
Ironwood approached me about it, yes.
Oh yes, I already know.
I was saying that if there's the idea of going out on missions in potentially hostile areas of unknown forces, such as Israel's second layer, given that we genuinely don't know what's down there, or if the cult's down there at all,
I don't know how something like
it'd be best to do that demonstration if any of the newer cavalry members are going to be present. Not knowing anything that their team can do would be very poor.
May I speak to the group as a whole, real quick? I will say this. Before any mission, or anything we do, I want to at least have 2 to 3 weeks of training you all.
Who knows, maybe for all we know, it might just be a whole crew of like...
I would expect that, yes.
I want you to know everything about each other.
It's kind of a gas fire.
And you, I need to talk to you in a bit.
I don't care if you're trying to hide anything.
What's happening
if
there
it's
is
something
probably
important, tell each
everything
other.
we should also focus on, not just Israel.
This is actually going ironically what the assignment I was actually going to give you all.
Undercover at the moment. If you saw
I think Braga already has some experience with this training, but I want you all to know the abilities of everyone, the weaknesses, as well as the team compositions that you can work with and make together. Out of all the
I'm
students.
just thinking about, like, every single lead must lead somewhere still.
Of course.
After all.
It is why I'm also playing.
And that's why I want that lesson.
Aye. In order
I figured
to
as much.
know your enemy, you best know the area we're going to.
Going out and interviewing people one-on-one is tiring and inefficient.
Before all the new students got
Why didn't chase after people? Just eavesdropped or asked them when it came to chance.
That's also inefficient.
Considering Wyvern has some
It really
rough
is.
relationships with
Better
them.
off is to talk to them one-on-one
Not
than eavesdrops, because eavesdrops can ruin that person relationship between you and the others, because it's
It
pretty
ruins
bad.
trust.
Yeah.
And if they lie, that's just generally in their own disinterest. I prefaced it every single time with telling them that I'm trying to avoid killing them, and that's why I need to know what kills them.
Luckily, a lot of people, even before the tournament, are very talkative. If not about themselves, about those around them.
Right.
Even to non-students.
Is it all
My
for
point-
assignment?
Yes, practically for the assignment. I do apologize, but
No, you're
That's
fine.
not the cube slamming it up.
virtues. Would it be fair to say 3 to 4 weeks of training non-stop before we even consider approving a mission like this?
I mean, as long as they're not exhausted after doing it non-stop, but...
Well,
Man, I've
just
trained
1
my
week
brother
of break.
before.
But I do believe training the new students so they don't die
immediately on a first mission would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yes. Even though there's going to be 3 teachers, I want at least everyone trained up.
Let's be honest. The training is also a way for you guys to better understand what we can do, because the tournament really did fuck all to showcase things.
Well,
No.
no,
If you're in
I was
this
gonna say,
classroom, you need to understand how to communicate with your teammates better.
Okay.
I was gonna say that during my first day here, where the cavalries were assigned to gather up teams and do a mock battle against the year 2s, which we had to
That is
learn
also going to
each
be planned.
other's learn each other's weaknesses and advantages each other of their abilities. So
I will be completely honest.
Stabbing each other.
Most likely in 2 weeks after I have another lesson, I want to try to do a type of, I guess the best way to put it is a war game. It's not just going to be you versus year 2s.
Outside for a moment, it's a little bit important. Apologies.
At most. Think Virtue has it.
Alright.
At most, how I plan on doing this is having one overall leader, and then each cavalry member is broken up into teams of their own.
And that could be fun.
Yes.
Love to hear that.
Though, boy, that is still in progress. I do need to at least have one classroom lesson with you all over grand strategy. The other thing is, I want you to, as I said, do that assignment I did assign you. Or I expect you did overhear the assignment.
Oh, you mean about learning about everyone's weaknesses, what they're most best at, how to potentially use them in the most efficient ways?
As well as making a team composition.
Yeah, I still require more talks for that one.
Would it be best to have us stay here and bring them in to just run us through what they can do as a group? We do need to fill out that doc. It'd be easiest for forming team compositions if we know what everyone can do, and it's all written down.
How you do it is up to you guys. I will say that much.
I think this idea is better. Because we're all aware of it.
And it also combats a thing you were concerned with. They might not be as honest if we're making them perform in front of every single student. versus just in front of the
Exactly.
cavalry.
Well, there's again people who do sparrings at the training grounds, so
Not all abilities can be used in a spa without accidentally killing a fellow comrade.
That's
Yeah,
good for
and
supplementary knowledge, but that's not what we should use to start.
If that is all our assignment is, I'm gonna go ahead and take my leave. You guys have a good night.
I have one more thing for you, specifically, Sabriel.
Mm.
If you can come up with a better plan, please bring it forward to me as soon as you can.
I'll think on it.
You can go now.
Getting them to all come into the cavalry lounge wouldn't be too difficult. A lot of them would like to show off. It's getting the message out and getting them ordered, so that we don't waste time. That'd be the issue.
Would it be better to wait outside by the spa stage and make them go up one at a time? Less stairs to go through, less elevated little pulley things outside. Plus, most of them are already outside to begin with.
If you will, please excuse me. I do have to take my leave. I got paperwork to take care of now.
There's several ways we could do this. Either we continue the personal interviews, and then we just update the doc as we continue, figure out which students haven't been talked to.
I was gonna say you got about
Issue with that.
2, maybe 3 weeks of talking to the other classmates, the other students.
It would be a lot easier for us to do this as a group. Get them to come
Exactly. I
in,
agree.
run us through what they can do, what they're best at range-wise, and what will kill them.
Shall we?
The problem is trying to catch all of them. What order do we do
That
this?
is why I can run around and grab people. You guys gather up on the training area.
Oh, I thought we were going to bring them into here. At least have the somewhat... This will give at least the illusion of
Wait
privacy.
for that for another day first.
True. It would give the illusion of privacy, but the other issue is the fact that it's too tight this area and we're wasting too much time walking them back and forth.
Yeah,
Ah.
so it's better that they feel more secure than anything else.
That's why it comes into the problem of efficiency and communication.
No, I have an idea. You two, you wait in here. You wait outside the door. I'm gonna go grab people and we'll make them wait outside and have them go in one at a time. And then once I grab everyone, I can come back over here.
I think it's a better way to wait at least to the next. Considering, as they just said, most people are probably gone to sleep, and also me and Aaron still have the artifact thing to take care of.
Which I believe that's in what? 10 minutes.
Well, something along those lines. I believe it was the half-hour mark.
The question was, how long ago was that? No, I do like some parts of your idea, Blitz. If we just only have a couple cavalry members in here to ask the questions and record what the answers are, the other cavalry members can be working around.
Give me a list of the names. I can probably give in some information that I've gathered before the tournament. What things will kill certain people, what things do certain people do. Like I said.
I don't sleep, so I can go ahead and create a document tonight.
You are wonderful every time you speak, thank you.
I know.
That would make my life so much easier. Well, it's a game plan. We're already making progress.
Additionally,
We are.
there is a way to make this communication go faster, actually.
Do tell.
For the people that are outside gathering or the different students, provided they give me a personal item of theirs, I can just speak into your mind.
True.
I can tell you when we're done, and you can tell me which students are ready.
Alright.
And I can tell you which students are left. So you don't have to remember the entire list of who's been interviewed.
I was gonna say there had to be in a comfortable place to tell about what their weakness.
Here. We're going to bring them here.
I admit this would be a good idea if we use the outside area as a waiting room. We have that process, it'll compensate with the useless running back and forth. But also, if we have multiple people in the waiting room, they'll be more inclined to be patient since they're now being entertained amongst each other.
This also
A little bit of
gives the illusion of privacy, along with the fact that it's the cavalry room. It's professional. This is where leadership is done. They'll be more inclined to give answers, and quickly.
Especially if they want to help against the cult issue. It's in their best interest to be as honest as they can.
We simply need to get them in here and through here, and update that document as fast as possible, considering we are on a time crunch with over 30 students. And we need to know what they can do before we can create any sort of composition.
And half of those students are year 2s, so...
Sounds like we definitely have a bunch of paperwork during night times.
I can also probably get Winter.
Paperwork.
You can probably get Winter to update.
I can't write things.
I'm aware.
The issue is, will Winter be useful for it, or will he be, oh, you need to do this yourselves and not give us jack shit?
It's a cavalry assignment,
from him.
not a year 1 assignment.
Oh well. No, where were we supposed to meet up with Kokiri?
I don't believe it was actually stated about where, but there's one.
I'll say if it's the artifact, my guess is the
And I think he was coming to get us.
So it would seem.
If I recall correctly.
What happened?
I digress.
What?
When it comes to
Nothing.
the topmost layer, they've just viewed the other lower ones as just...
I guess. Give it a moment.
Well, there's no point in helping them. They can handle it themselves, even though they really can't.
Ah, reading books in the meanwhile while we're waiting for the others. Understood.
Is that book protected against your grease? I assumed you were already coming to gather us. You know where Kokiri is?
It says... This little board says, my grease isn't always active, only when I choose it to be, and Kokiri should be on the way.
So we have emergency escape, man at sight, 2 pairs of eyes that can see and hear spirits.
I should be able to see when it actually begins to draw. Most likely we'll be able to see it before either of you will be able to or know when it's happening. I believe Kokiri described it as from feeling.
And feeling is not the best, though, also. Just in case if it's something else spiritual. If she's not, considering she's drawing, meaning she's focusing on one area, so helps having the extra pair of eyes.
It does.
Later.
And there's little I don't see.
Faintly. Indeed. I think I'm also gonna later request for a bloody map in regards to those ships. I'm still curious, even if it's random. It's better to see.
The Neptunia ships.
Yeah.
I mean, most likely it's not random. If it was truly random, it would be probably due to some sort of creature. And even then, it would have a hunting pattern.
Indeed.
Actually, if it was true randomness, that'd probably indicate some level of higher thought and planning.
Which is why I kinda wanna see it on a map. Or, preferably, multiple different types of maps.
It would be hard to differentiate whether or not it's a true randomness type of attack, or it's actually along the lines of trying to protect something, in which case it will look like a hunting pattern. Generally be good knowledge, but supplementary knowledge. I don't know if you'll be able to get much out of it on its own.
I don't know until I try.
That's always
I
fair.
do love maps. So, reading up on things gives me at least something else to do to help, or try to help. There's something I hate is when I don't have anything to occupy myself. Other than, our current assignment with cavalry, though.
The problem is that's going to require group planning.
Yes. That's require group planning. The other issue with other nation, well, not much to go on from there. At least with our current information, because it's just pure out chaos.
I believe we should be trying to be efficient as possible, but we should not cut corners, such as having people who know the year 2s supplement information that won't help us as year 1s. I think it'd be beneficial if we could actually see what they do. The problem then comes in that for them to actually show off their abilities, Cavalry Lounge would not be the best place. We may have to have 2 parts. We could have a revolving system.
Ritual room?
No, bring them into the cavalry room for the discussion part, and when it gets to abilities, a cavalry member will take them out to the training area. Actually witness what they can do. The problem then comes in that only that cavalry member would have a true understanding of what they actually can do, and they would go down to how well they communicate that into the document.
The only reason why I suggested the ritual room was because it's a room that's away from where most other people are, and who knows, maybe we can have a temporary barrier set up in there so they can demonstrate in a contained manner.
That might be a good idea. think the next time we run into Fontaine, we can ask that. I believe that's his domain.
I do recall something along those lines. Huh. He has a lot of domains. This library is technically his, and the ritual room.
Is this the artifact room? Or are these just the forbidden sections?
The door.
That door. Alright then.
Hopefully it's not too much waiting more. Then again, if they meant the half-hour mark exactly, not from when they actually said it though, in the general sense of the hour, then probably at 6 more minutes or so. Who knows?
In the time between, it'd probably be best for us as cavalry members to go over what we can do with each other.
You mean like right now?
No. When we're in the lounge.
Fair. At the very least, I believe we have at least some rudimentary understanding of at least between you and me. Considering we both were at the tournaments and we both observe each other.
And we've spoken, actually, of what exactly we could synchronize with. Hello, Kokiri.
Greetings.
Are we waiting for anyone to supervise?
Good night, Professor Virtues has been keeping an eye from outside.
In that case, is there anything delaying us from going in?
So long as he is around. I did say the half-hour mark.
His little boy says the room needs to be unlocked. I don't know if that's already happened or not, but I do know that we can't do it.
Indeed. It is probably best first to go through the proper purification. I've done so for myself.
Could you clarify what this is?
This is mostly just a specific type of salt and other it's a powder. The Order uses it to purify ourselves and make certain that certain spiritual abilities cannot get too close to us. It is a simple ritual.
How much salt exactly?
Not very much is needed, and we make sure to not use anything that is too pungent, since many of us are allergic.
Less of a thought of smell. I'm always thinking about if you were going to purify a cube or how that worked previously. I
did
imagine.
avoid it to an extent. He also stayed back a bit further, but I did not wish to harm in case of your body.
I imagine there's a certain level of salt needed for it to actually start impacting you.
It says in most instances it would take a fair amount to purify slime, I would assume. Most of it is made from the ocean. I was made from a volcano, so I don't know if it would be too different for me.
That is true. Technically, one is also purified in fire. So in that case, you come pre-purified to that extent.
I wasn't thinking about the purification aspect of it, I was thinking about the fact that salt would draw the water out of you.
It said it would be more likely that it would combine with my body as opposed to drawing moisture out.
In that sense, you are able to at least remove it after a while, like before, yes? Would you be willing then? Yeah. Just a little bit. Ja, to, sha, kai, in, ets, sai, ten. Are you willing?
Do you need me standing?
It is generally not necessary. However, it's probably best not to get the salt all over the table and the books. Ja, to, sha, kai, jin, ets, sai, sen. In, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, ets, sai, sen. Hmm. That should do for now until we can open the door. The last step would be to purify the doorway.
With the same salt?
No, I use a separate powder for thresholds. It better allows one to see if a spirit has passed through, or has attempted to.
Just gonna take a quick look.
Is this something you learned from your order?
Yes, all the rituals are passed down through the order.
Where is this order
We are
based out
still
of?
young compared to others.
Not familiar.
We do not have a home in the same sense. We are nomadic. Many do not appreciate yokai living within their borders, especially ones that deal with what we do. It is partly why I'm very much attempting to get what I can from this situation. This cult is most probably part of the reason why we are ostracized in many places. They take what we do and corrupt it to an extent. Doing what they do with spirits and mana is very taboo.
You mean what they're doing about connecting them? controlling them, and then using them as, well, mana sources.
Creating them. Using them as weapons. Removing mana from the natural cycle. Claiming that they wish to destroy it entirely. That is not how the cycle works, and it is not how this world works.
Well, already that goal about removing mana is just a pretense they use in order to bolster numbers. Anyone who feels they've
It
been...
does seem to be a lie, given what they use.
Anyone who has any sort of negative feeling about the world, or about mana, they feel they got the wrong element, they're not strong enough. They think that if mana was gone rid of, they'd finally have an even playing field. Not be so pathetic. And so they're given abilities.
It would also mean many of us wouldn't exist in the first place. I'm an example of that.
Not even me and Kokiri, if I'm not mistaken, would technically exist.
I do not believe anyone would truly exist the way that this world currently does. Were that the case?
I have no
We're all
doubt
very
they'd
much
fail.
connected to our mana.
They have no chance to defeat the light.
That is also a somewhat dangerous point of view. That elevates one type of mana over the other, and when it comes to the cycle and the planet's core, all are technically equal there. They all return to the cycle and they all return back. They are all needed.
Except I won't speak for the other elements.
You do not have to. They speak for themselves. As does the planet. The fact that we are all here is a sign of that. I do not believe that an even playing field is one where there is no field, there are no players. And that is what they are attempting to do, if what they claim to be is true.
They could genuinely be insane enough to be attempting it. However, the question would be is, how would they even start? You can't just
They already
destroy.
begun in a sense. No, you cannot. But you can forcibly remove it and contain it.
You're speaking.
Are you trying to purposely speak to everybody?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
As Lord Board said, the last time I was in there, well, one of the times, the Dreamweaver mentioned something about the Gorgon's spirit not being in the cycle anymore, that it was gone to something called the Void. Completely removed. I'm not too sure how logical that is, or if it's true, but if it is, that would be a good start.
I do not believe that. That goes against everything that this world is. To simply destroy mana entirely is impossible.
As Lord Board says this time, From what we heard, the description of the Brotherhood themselves goes against the very logic of this world. To have every single element in one body, no matter how colliding they are, would be an existence that can't happen, and yet he does.
Yes, which is why I believe that he may be some sort of construct himself, or an artifact.
Hello, Virtues.
Greetings.
Thank you for a wing in the face.
Apologies. Okay. These are the four.
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 second. Yeah, no, the button for the actual thing is under the desk. The artifact room should be unlocked now.
Thank you.
I'll have my eyes on you all.
Of course. Wouldn't be any other way.
I believe you and Cube are the most familiar here. Where is it should we be going?
He immediately traces something on the ground that could be used as an exit if need be.
That is a stab. Greetings again, Dreamweaver. I'm making another attempt. The others here may be able to see things that I do not. In, Yao, To, Sha, Kai, Jin, Let's, Zai, Zen.
Hey, Clink, what do I see?
Prepare to move back quickly.
You see, first of all, you see a lot of mana just generally contained within this item box. And as she's doing this ritual, some of the mana is coming out and being pulled through in here, but eventually, as the spell kind of gets undone, you see it kind of takes the mana that's being used in the spell and pulls it back in. Also, you do see like a trail of some thing kind of wandering around it and like wandering around you
Something when she
guys.
starts to feel that tug back again.
It's starting to draw from you.
Okay.
And I can see the spirit moving around. No features.
I'm alright.
Are we in an actively bad situation, Clink? Is it still trying to draw from us?
Yeah, perhaps. Why do I keep getting new bloody faces?
Were you not the one that wanted new faces to see?
I didn't invite the whole bloody campus.
They may be able to see things that I cannot. There is progress, though it is slow.
The Vicaris is right there. Anything you wish to say?
It's good to meet you, Dreamweaver. I'm Irenaeus Pelham. can somewhat make out where you are.
I may need to draw again, so I'm going to release this before it gets too.
Pleasure, I guess. So, why are you really here?
I'm curious about the Order. After Israel and Neptunia, what's the plan for the next regions?
As I told the other ones, I don't know. We all kind of work individually.
There still has to be some sort of structure about the Order, as you have been moving in an order. Is that decided by Father?
Oh, you think... Okay. We are all hitting the different nations in our own way at the same time. And not... Now, if something big happens in an order, so be it, but that's not predetermined our plan. Or maybe it is. Maybe the Father's pulling some strings and making sure some big things happen for some reason. Regardless, there's no grand plan for some big thing to happen here, then here, then here.
Do you know anything about the general and the location of Yisrael?
No, I kind of found the place fucking toxic, so I never been.
Dreadful. Yeah, it's dreadful. Yes. But nothing about the general at all. For that entire region.
General. I do know a bit about him, or her. But we just met, and I don't know how truthful I should be right now.
What's making you
There's
unsure?
also others who are attempting the same idea that we have.
Like I already told you before, there's only so many things I'm inclined to tell you. While you guys aren't the direct people who did enemy, you guys are associated and wearing their uniforms right now.
And at the same time, we are also the ones that are directly against the one that you claim to hate right now.
Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we all heard that one before. But
And I am continuing my word. It is slow attempting to pull from the artifact, but I believe I am at least learning more as I go along. I am not going to stop with my part of the deal. And the more we know, the faster we can get to that.
I don't know how this information is going to help with that. So do convince me on that.
Given that there are most probably other artifacts with the other generals, the more we can gather to an extent or learn more about, the more we can deconstruct what is going on here.
Priest, you make, of offerings to those departed, right?
To an extent, yes. There are rituals.
I tell you about this, you give me an offering. How about that?
I would assume that I am already giving you an offering, given that you do not wish to stay here. Generally, the offerings are meant to bring spirits back into the cycle. Is that not what I am doing?
Don't people like bring food to shrines or something?
Occasionally. Do you wish for food?
I can go for some herbs right about now. Maybe a salad.
Q pulls a carrot out of his chest.
You better not offer the ooze-covered carrot.
Puts it back in his chest.
It's probably better to get something fresh.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
At least not literally covered in the mucus of another creature.
I do believe that's
Can I say something?
Bloody hell.
You give me a moment.
Also, another thing to point out, the more help we get, the faster, a little bit of revenge can be achieved.
Right.
Wasn't it the father that put you in this situation?
I actually have a question for you about that.
I can only assume then, yes.
From your interactions with the father, how convinced would you say he is of the actual ideals of the cult, removing mana?
To any one of us, he's the most devoted out of us all. And even honestly, even this situation, I think that still holds true, for better or worse. Sadly, devoted doesn't mean good or bad in any context.
Just full of
Devoted just
conviction.
means doing what you believe to the T, without regardless what other people feel.
Do you have any inkling about why he's so devout about this?
Honestly, can't seem to tell you. Maybe it has something to do with his bloody past, or maybe something happened to him. Don't know. He never really delved into it. Or maybe he told a Fireboy. I wouldn't be surprised.
Can you... The Flame Archer is not the general of Israel, right?
No. I mean, technically he's supposed to be overseeing Phoenix, but he kind of, well, you see, travels from place to place.
And are there generals for every region, or are there even more generals than the regions?
About.
Are there any generals you have met?
Met a few. I've seen them at least once, but that's about it.
It is being retrieved.
Of the ones you've seen, are they mostly human? Are there?
Oh, fuck no. I dare say the only humanoid one was probably the archer.
Hmm.
What are the generals you've seen?
Like I said, I've seen them all
Totally
at least
solid.
once. We had a big meeting, you could say, before all this went down. A great gathering.
What does the general for Serenity look like?
Bright.
And their species?
Can't tell.
What about like Neptunia or Wyvern?
Oh, that's a lot of different questions for a lot of good goals. I think you originally said Israel, right?
That was the first one, yes.
Okay, well, you did bring the bull, so I'll at least say that much. They look like a female wearing red lipsticks, like in a very fancy outfit, but the truth is, they don't always look like that. They're one of those people that have many faces.
Doppelgangers.
I guess that's the term for it. Basically, I don't know what exactly they look like all the time because they don't really look like something all the time.
As in, they just deform into something that's not an identifiable species?
Yeah, sometimes they come into what they call their true form, and let me tell you, it's not very pretty.
How would you describe it?
Dark, black, sharp claws, and probably eating a person.
And that was for Yggdrasil?
Yeah.
I can probably see why they would be there. Sounds like the perfect working environment for them.
We were all assigned to different places that would feed our expertise.
What was hers?
Information and manipulation. Israel's all about politics, working your way up in order to get power. But if you know the right people, it's like the right tongues, well, you can get yourself basically anywhere in a couple months.
Even a spot on the council.
Mm-hmm. You could even replace a current council member without even realizing it.
And we were looking
Take
too
away
broad.
the person.
Yeah, but that's the case.
You could be a face changer. She could be a face changer. I could be a face changer. What if I wasn't dead?
Nobody really knows. If you start thinking like that, though, that's how you start stabbing everyone's back.
True. Very much true.
Hello, Fontaine.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Bridges gave you permission?
Yes.
Okay, good, so I don't have to lose my mind.
Same as the rest of the
Would you be willing to talk about the other generals? If there were more offerings.
Maybe one more.
I have a question about...
I'm also willing to draw again. Attempt to. I release the mana quickly.
Unless you all have a different question, I'll keep going ahead. The general in the region of Phoenix Drop, the Flame Archer. Or Fireboy. He is used to transport information between the different generals, as far as I'm aware of.
I mean, kind of, but that's not.
Sorry about that.
Is he not used?
I mean, I guess, but that's not like we have like other ways of communication. We're not. He's not our messing pigeon, if that's what you're implying.
Do his abilities lend more toward incredibly fast movement? Or moving unseen?
A little bit of both. He'll typically strike you before you see him strike. And if you do start retaliating, he'll probably just poof out of the way.
Do you know why he's, as you've said, father's favorite?
Honest answer? No idea. He's not like the first one of us to get recruited or anything like that. Nor is he the last. I don't know, maybe the father sees something in him that he doesn't see in us. Maybe he has a grander purpose for him. Or maybe he knows he can't fully control him because of his hot-headed nature, so maybe he spun a tale for him. Who knows?
Speaking of that, how would you describe the Flame Archer's personality? Other than just hot-headedness?
Sadistic. If you thought me or the missus did anything bad, you haven't seen nothing yet. He likes killing people slowly when he has the opportunity. He likes using people to test certain things, new curses, new experiments.
It did an all eye collection thing for a bit while we were doing our thing in Zirin. And most importantly, he doesn't really care for anyone. He kinda just does his own thing. We couldn't really control him if we wanted to. Guy only listens to the father.
Has the father ever seemed angry at him?
I don't think I've ever seen the father angry, period.
Do any of you also have questions about the Flame Watcher?
I already know enough from this and the last time I was here. I don't need any more.
Not specifically in regards to a Flame Archer.
I guess one thing I am curious about. You said the general for Serenity is bright. Do you just mean their clothes?
No, I mean just in general. And before you were inquiring, I don't remember seeing wings.
I figured that out when you said you didn't know the species. If they were an angel, you would have known. I assume then, is the Neptunian general aquatic in nature?
Nope. That one actually has a really good reason for doing the things she's doing.
Is she taking out the ships?
Probably. Definitely see that happening. I don't have any
character, can I tell if he's
confirmation
been
of
honest about this stuff so far?
He's been pretty honest so far. I can't say for certain she's doing it. I haven't got a report, but would fit her MO at the very least.
What makes her able to sink these ships?
Probably something the father did, although I'm not 100% sure what. Maybe she gave her a really good ship. Maybe she gave some magical artifact doohickey to do something.
And you said she had a good reason. You know what that reason is?
Why? You should know the reason. After all, I could sense the reason the thing you hate the most. A thing you're so passionate about yourself. The thing you advocate so much. After all, slaves retaliating against their masters is a common thing, no?
I see.
That answers all my questions.
That's quite a bit, truth be told. Hmm.
And what would you
I'll
like to
attempt
do
once
next?
more today then.
Perhaps there will be more progress made this time. You keep an eye on it, Irenaeus.
I guess if we're talking about all the different generals, may I ask, is the one in Wyvern a flyer?
Is the one wire a liar? Or the
Flyer.
Honestly, can't remember.
It's drawing from you.
He immediately pulls you back.
And your placement was Saren or Saren? Saren. I'm horrible.
No,
with
that was
names.
my No, that was my beloved. I was at Mithens.
Did you also have interests for crystals?
We have interest in all things magical that we can absorb and to drive out of it. So, mana crystals would fall into that category, yes.
Also curious, when you were alive and so on, did you make sure that there were runes in place? For your other comrades?
What do you mean?
Oh, the simple ones. I don't know, transportation ones. After all, you have runes on the one end and then the other end.
Give me 1 second.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, random anime music just started playing in my hand out of nowhere. I was very confused.
It's your theme.
It's clearly your time.
Clearly. Anyways. I played traps all around my area. But those are my innate magic, no runes.
It says just be careful.
It's kind of curious considering, well, you know, by something you guys were not alone when you were doing your operations. Since that one of the other generals got involved.
I'm failing to see what you're picking up. What runes are you even claiming to have found, and what are you trying to infer?
I'm just curious if you were literally working with transportation runes. After all, you had to get to Golem somehow.
Not transportation rooms, no. Although we did work with teleportation circles, and there is the summoning circles for the golems, but so I guess that is a form of teleportation technically, but nothing for large scale ones, if that's what you're inquiring.
What system do you all use to get information between each other?
Multiple different ways. Mail, messaging, familiars, grunts.
Expected.
After all, who would be dumb enough to communicate by one means and one means only?
Completely fair.
His little board said, "Did you even really have that need to communicate? It would appear from what I can see that you're basically acting as a bunch of different individual armies with different leaders that don't really talk. Doesn't seem like there's a point in communicating with each other."
Well, we don't need to, but every now and again, we could. Not saying it was a super common thing, but it's not like we didn't know each other or couldn't ask for each other's assistance if we really needed it. But then again, some are more prideful than others.
He has more writing on his board now. It says, does that mean that the independence is a structural thing? I'm assuming it's at least for situations like you, where if somebody is caught, you can't exactly tell much information about the others. Seems intentional.
How do I put this? If one of us, or one of us have been defeated, the Father has probably informed the rest, one way or the other. Communication between each other is a rare thing because of pride, but communication from the Father is typically current and frequent.
How long ago were you recruited?
About 3-4 years ago.
Do you have any indication about the oldest of the generals when they were recruited?
Probably a century the latest. But then again, some folk just live longer than others. Yes, like him, yes.
What was the end goal of what you were doing in Zirin? When would you stop and then go do something else? Mittens.
Our goal was to gather as much of the mana within the country as possible before something like the army gets involved. Then, with our whole mana in tow, we return to the Father so he can collect it for, how I can put this, a great rejoining. And, sorry to say, some of that would mean my way before we got transported to him.
A rejoining. That is different than a void.
I don't know all the plans or in and outs, obviously, but from what I can gather, he's trying to get a large quantity of every different type of mana from every part of the globe for one reason or another.
His goal can't be as simple as literally collect all mana within a single person.
A singular artifact.
Yes. That'd be fun. It's incredibly simple.
This little boy said, perhaps by gathering enough, he's simply trying to find out how it works. If you can identify how something works fundamentally, you might be able to destroy it. If he's capable of that, he could achieve his goal. You need a lot, though.
I think I've answered enough questions for tonight. I'm probably gonna go back to my eternal rest, or whatever the fuck you can call this.
Limbo?
Yeah, something like that.
For now.
Do you want to do one more attempt, and then we'll leave?
Yes. You have been great.
Knock yourself out.
Yes. Thank you, Dreamweaver.
Your cooperation has been appreciated.
Do you have an actual name?
What's the point? Doesn't matter anymore.
If you feel that way. It's drawing from you.
Immediately calls you back.
Alright. I think we've gotten all we can out of this.
Julius, take a last look around the artifact itself to make sure everything is as it should.
I was just thinking the same thing. Hello, Virtues. We were just finished up and about to leave.
That time I didn't mean it, I swear.
Oh, I believe it's just us left.
Yes. I thought you were still exploring the artifact room, so I thought you were a little curious on the others here.
More like just checking around here, making sure nothing seemingly is out of the ordinary.
As far as I'm aware, everything else is contained and nothing's magic's being ciphered out of.
Not that I could see. There is a trail. Sure you saw it as well.
Yeah, I assume it was the ghosts pacing around.
It seemed to match up, but that was about as much as I could tell. It's where others were looking when they were speaking to him.
He primarily stood right where you're standing right now. Is where he stood for most of the time.
Don't need to use that anymore.
Right about here.
Yes. It's about where the trail was. Well, I assume you want us out of here.
Honestly, I don't mind you staying too long if you have questions, but I'm not gonna hold you hostage or anything.
Well, now that you've already offered, I'm going to take you up on that, on what each of these are.
Yeah, of course.
You should have seen that one coming. And why is this one empty?
There are several empty
Not
ones.
all the artifacts are filled. There's room for more to be contained here, obviously. But as for this is Ziren's head artifact entrusted by the headmistress, the elixir of life. It's currently on its cooldown phase right now, so no, even if you want to use it, no one can use it right now.
No, you have it?
Yes, we have it. In fact, Kisray was the last person to use this. Most people think it's in Ziren, and that is what we're going to continue telling people.
Understood. And that key?
Skeleton key. Supposed to unlock the crypt filled with a bunch of unsavory and ancient contraptions and summons for a time long forgotten.
There's the sword you'd mentioned previously.
Yes. From my homeland in the Whispering Woods. His essay is to give anyone that slays cuss to start growing vines of fungus on it, slowly creeping upon their body until they're nothing but a husk filled with pus and mushrooms. Although says the same to all those who wield it are no longer worthy.
Why is it here and not in Pandora?
Because I did not wish my father to have it anymore, because I believe he's no longer worthy.
And this book?
It is a grimoire of golem construction. With these tomes, you can make a variety of different golems, including from components to what materials to how much magic input.
Where was it originally, before it was here?
I believe originating in Yanshi.
Who was it being held by in Yanshi?
What's that? How long was that? Since you managed to get it yourself?
The sword?
The book.
Book of Golem Construct.
I think it's been in here for a good 60, 70 years. I think it, if I remember correctly, was a gift of sort, of good faith. Although we can't take it in here because we don't want any of the students getting hold of it. While it does tell you how to make one, it doesn't tell you how to control them.
You said it was a gift. Gift from who?
The Kerning ruler of Yancy, I believe.
Huh.
That's a golem heart. If you've seen my mural in the Grand Hall, that's the red crystal in it.
Why is it so large? What kind of golem is this intended to be used in?
a very large one. If I remember correctly, it was a Earth Golem with gem encryption, but someone was messing with it and intertwined it with metal and gears and constructs.
No one
Quite a
touched this,
contraption. No one has touched your book.
I was going to ask which one of the books was Fontaine's.
That one.
Hmm.
That is his artifact. If you've seen his lesson, you know all about that already.
Yes, I was there for it.
It seems he doesn't have very much trust in us. Really thinking we have the sticky fingers, it seems.
That book is the most precious thing he has. And it's not that he doesn't trust you, but if anything was to happen, he would probably kill you.
I'd imagine. I don't think there's anything we could do. At least the composition of these barriers.
Oh, I would. Without a doubt.
Thank you,
Understand,
Fontaine.
This has, well, best put it, 200 years of knowledge. And my 200 years of memories that are in this book. If that gets destroyed, it's just gone. And
I was at your lesson.
Say again?
And at least 20 years of eggs.
Oh, fuck you.
Yes, I was at your lesson.
I'm
But
mindful that literally every starboat has a diary by birth.
Yes, I just happened to get lucky that mine was a book.
I was simply going to say I don't know how we even could. Composition-wise, this looks similar to the barrier around the school.
It's more so just because, keep in mind, how do I best put this? I know that, well, for example, Virtues and the other staff members, they're able to freely take things out of these, but I just want to make sure that people are being extra careful around this one. Obviously, all of these need to be treated with extreme care. This is the one that I am just, I very much am keen on this one staying safe. Mostly because
he's paranoid.
Quite literally oh, sorry.
I can
my bad.
understand
No,
that,
yeah. Do you
given
want
the
to
circumstances.
all your fucking memories in just one go? Do you want to?
I'm not saying that valid. I'm just putting a word to the thing you're trying to describe.
Yes. Sorry, if 200 years worth of memories is something that I would rather not lose.
I would imagine.
Don't worry, the book is still safe.
Yes.
And I have no interest in injuring your book, Fontaine. Or capability.
Yes, I'm not saying you have any interest in it, but I just make sure I check in periodically because I just need to make sure that thing
This is a
Is that a
cursed
hilt?
gorge.
I can kinda understand your feeling.
Do you know what a gorge is?
Care about your book.
Isn't it typically used to contain liquids? Water.
Precisely.
Yeah. This one has an appetite to consume large quantities of sand, spit them out like sandstorms.
207.
Ah.
And that would be.
Where was this grabbed from?
200 years.
Serenity.
Of memories down the drain.
You guys have the biggest desert around. I'm surprised you didn't figure that out.
Well, in this case, that's 6 going. Well, no, yeah, that's 7 going on 8.
When was it grabbed?
That would also be such a huge loss.
Not too long ago. I think about 2 decades.
Like one of the leaders of the runic research. For your family.
Oh, yes.
I guess my final question is
The
how?
only thing I would have left for any sort of memory is.
It was making a ruckus around the desert, causing local sandstorms. As Serenity was dealing with their own politics and the war at the time, they couldn't offshoot some of their own things, so they asked the school if they could handle it as a field trip. Not railing. how dangerous or what exactly was causing us. After realizing what and after fighting the things guarding it, we took it on our own cameras of securing it here so it can't cause any more problems.
Was it just freely acting, or was it being used by someone?
Used by someone. Desert bandits. Although I don't think they truly understand the full capacity of what they were using.
Curious as well.
Do you know anything about what created this? Why specifically have a gourd for eating sand?
If I had to take a wild guess, maybe some fool was trying to figure out a way to get rid of the desert entirely. Make something that can eat the desert, get rid of all the sand. Although, why it became something that immediately spits out gray sandstorms, that's beyond me. It's definitely a curse of some sort, but it's also serenity and nature, which, coming from me, is unlikely and rare.
I'm just thinking.
Serenity is many things, but curse users is not one of them.
No. No, we're not. Is it just a curse? No runes?
I mean, there's the big sigil over there, as you can see. It has some magical indentation into it.
You know, you place something and you just know where that item is.
I see. So,
Odd.
for example, if I would, how...
Sounds like it wasn't made by Serenity, but it was designed for it.
I would have to agree, honestly. Regardless, it was in Serenity, it was being used in there.
You can have something etched into the book.
And what are these?
Using that as an example, I can have something etched into
Big Israel fiction. I believe they were supposed to play music. Our last
effectively have something more so attached to it.
Valkyrie professor brought them in. The one before Ironwood, the one that ran for milk and never came away. I don't think these ones are particularly dangerous of any sort, but I have nowhere else to put them, so...
Well, I guess what do they do? Just play music?
Yes, but I don't know how they... It's not connected to like any kind of box or anything, or not like a butter system like the
Oh, you mean if you were to put this on, it would just start playing?
So long as this is attached to the staff, by at least some means, basically.
Any particular kind of music?
I've heard plays random from different countries as well. It's not consistent.
Do you think it has to do with whoever is listening to it?
Maybe.
It
could
Something
be
personalized.
The person's thought. Perhaps. Could be reading the person's thought in order to figure out what the bed playlist is.
Going back to the staff, you can have the rune on there to track it. Then, once you find it and you retrieve it,
Magic check is weird.
So I've gathered.
It's just a staff again.
Well, that pretty much answers all my questions.
I see.
Now, if it's etched into it, then it's no longer something that's really disposable.
Fair.
Keep in mind, like, I can do the same thing with something like, for example, the uniforms here or your pins. If I want to track, for example, Mr. Irenaeus, I could etch a tracking rune into his pin, and that way, if he needs me to keep track of where he is, if he's going somewhere dangerous, then effectively I have a means to keep an eye on him, even though not literally seeing him, just more so an idea of where he is. But the moment that, let's say if he gets into a bit of a fight, if the pin gets knocked off of him, then, well, essentially, I don't have a means of tracking him now.
There goes the tracking.
Hey.
Tracking runes are good because they can be both disposable and indisposable. It all is just a matter of how exactly you're using it. Are you just attaching it to something that the rune is etched onto, or are you etching the rune onto the
Episode
artifact
4 disappeared because I was stupid and I forgot to save it.
I was just curious about it in concept, in general.
Of course, yes, that was just mostly, that wasn't so much a question, but just the statement there. That is the question to consider when you're working on tracking runes.
I do wonder. I'm gonna just be straight up with you guys. The reason why I'm asking is, if we know, for example, these cargoes that they're specific after, that you mentioned, water crystals. Does merchants normally have something to track their cargo?
I'm unsure if it actually has anything to do with the cargo. At least from speaking with the Dreamweaver. I'm unsure if it has anything to do with the actual, well, the cargo, magically wise. It sounds like it's actually motivated from hatred towards slavers.
Even when it comes to cargo, at least, not every shipment, at least this is coming from me, at least for the on-ship ports, not every shipment is going to have tracking runes for any of their deliveries because, well, some of it's just stuff like wood and cloth, or even just some food, but for more, well, at least for more rare resources or more high value resources like certain minerals, for example, gemstones even, or even some metals, then obviously there's going to be stuff like that actually with tracking runes somewhere on them. Because obviously, so it's more likely that you're going to have someone trying to steal your shipment if it contains stuff like, for example, I believe, like runic steel, for example, as opposed to, oh yes, we want to steal your shipment of like silk and cloth, you know. It all depends on what exactly is being shipped.
Hey, I was just curious.
Because
In case you're wondering,
bandits aren't going to
that
just...
bowl is an offering.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm unsure if the spirit can actually eat it, but
A simple bowl for some information.
it was a salad. It's a bowl of salad.
So I suppose might as well be worth sharing them to you two if you didn't hear. One of those Blood Generals is a doppelganger.
The Israeli one. Which means it may be fully possible. The original concept idea that they entered, or they're part of the Israeli Council, is still viable. And it has nothing to do about when they may have joined the Council. I'm unsure of any methods, at least I know of, to be able to verify if someone is or is not a doppelganger.
Well, the only means I know of really checking, which sadly is not, a very conclusive method, is using fire because, well, it is something that is not very much a, well, it's very much a weakness to doppelgangers. But
And
at the same
something you don't
time,
really want to use in Israel, especially on the lower levels.
yes. One, you
Not
don't
to
want to
mention
use
if
it
you
in
just
Israel.
run up to a council member and just like, hey, here's some fire, you know, you're gonna look like a bloody insane person.
Yes. That, coupled with the fact of what Irene has mentioned of if it's in lower parts of Israel, that could cause problems because one gas leak and you'll blow up the whole fucking place. Another thing being, keep in mind, it's also not that conclusive because even if those two factors were completely out of the question, if the person has ice affinity, then already that's just null and void because now you don't know if it's the ice affinity or if it's because they're a doppelganger. So there's that. And on top of that, there are several
Well,
other
there
things
is a
that
subtle way
don't
to
do
tell.
too well with fire.
Doppelgangers aren't just weak to fire, they're psychologically, like, they psychologically hate fire. So it's not just like, ooh, fire hurts me, it's like, fire bad, fire have to go away. It's a psychological problem. That's the key difference.
Fair enough then.
We also got confirmation.
Hello.
The Flame Archer is the general for Phoenix Drop.
Of
More or
fucking
less.
course, it's from Phoenix.
Question Virtue's
Am I-
actually about doppelgangers.
At some point, I would actually want to see
No, question about it.
Oh,
Is that you're saying
that
it's
puppet
purely
again.
psychological? How do you differentiate if it's actually psychological thing of a normal person with
Which
fire
one?
versus someone, you know, his doppelganger?
The archer.
Yes. Sometime next week we'll make sure to show you then.
Oh, I had traumatic
Wonderful.
my backstory, or whether I was in a house and my family burned down, yada yada yada.
Yes,
In
wanna
that case,
see if
it's the same
just
way
making
you
sure
like, you poke the hole
about something.
but
I think I'm going to take a while.
Yes, and also, just so it's not misconstrued,
It's
the,
not a surefire.
of course, the art, what is it? Of course, he's from Phoenix comment is
Oh,
more
it's
so in
really,
the fact of,
they already put their foot
from Phoenix, I see a lot of individuals who are either very much skilled with fire magic or very much, well, like, at least,
Okay, so it's fine, the
well,
contradiction,
how do I put this?
basically.
They're either pure fire or they have usually some fire in at least affinity to them, at least ones that I've seen, so one of those things of like, oh, maybe it's someone else. Nope, it's fire. I'm just like, damn it.
I assume it was a very long interrogation.
But then again, people usually in Phoenix who dabble in a sort
I
of
was also showing
fire magic are
totally different
usually
art
fairly
forms
skilled. It's like
so
Pandora with
no,
dark magic. That
interrogation.
usually individuals who come from there who are dark magic users are going to be a lot more well versed in that since, well,
It surrounds them all the time.
yes. Case in point.
Yeah, the specific words for the description of the general
That you're really
of Israel.
saying that you're really good with dark magic because you're from Pandora. It's literally, you're pretty much surrounded by that shit.
I mean, correct.
Just like Phoenix with, Phoenix with fire, Pandora with dark magic, etc., things like that. It's just, you're pretty much just like, oh, cool, this is second nature to me. And she with
I
clay.
cannot help something I was born with.
You know, it's one thing you can.
Serenity and being
or at
better.
least just not having such a deadpan, stare the entire time.
But that's one of my defining traits.
So is being an asshole.
And it takes one to know one.
This has been a wonderful conversation.
Fair enough.
Hold on.
What? You're a cat.
Yeah, I'm a cat.
Should I ask?
I have no fucking idea what they're doing, man. I have no clue. It's really, they keep going everywhere to get it. They've been in every fucking room in this goddamn building.
They just went into the teachers' offices.
Yeah, it's like,
Huh. Do I care? I really don't, actually.
We also know that the Neptunian one does it because, well, I believe the wording was, of course they were rebelling.
They told me a good bit today. Learned more about the others. This assignment's going to be difficult and or annoying. There's a lot to keep track of right now. I'm gonna need to spend some time during tonight's prayer. Categorize everything they told me about the artifacts. Everything I know about the generals. People don't look up. They really don't look up.
How long were you there?
Interesting spar. You really should look up sometime.
Yeah, it was more just a less of a spy, more of a demonstration.
I think I witnessed your spar ever since you turned red.
I see. Okay.
So audio not best from there. Been up long.
I mean, there's not many people I have to look up for, but now that you kept me on watch, I'll keep an eye out.
You should definitely look up. There are many more like me.
Right. Yeah. Right. That would definitely be a good idea. Definitely. I'm gonna start looking up.
Yeah, then your inner monologue thing, come out. We can hear you.
I'm sorry about that.
No offense, but just, you know.
Pat. And loud. Pat of head to like.
He wants to pat your head.
I guess so. Also, what is a mimic exactly?
There. Oh,
Mimic?
from what read in books, is a creature that hides like an object.
And there's one in the offices.
Of one of the professors.
Is that what they were doing? There was a group of them that ran by the library screaming into the teacher's office.
Should we
follow
them, or should we just...
Clink and Virtues were nearby, so I just left it to them.
Yes, in Virtue's office.
Oh, they broke into Virtue's office? Congratulations.
I've never really been in the Virtue's office.
To show plants. There's man-eating plants.
What?
Pandoran wildlife.
It's fine, just no close.
Right.
Just no close.
Of course it's Pandoran. Should we, why is that so quiet?
Because you were in the middle of a thought.
Trying to figure out.
You were quite literally in the middle of a sentence.
We're all about to be teleported.
And there it is.
God? 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 Why do you sound like that?
Oh my God.
Just hearing God go, oh shit, and then just get teleported.
Oh shit!
Oh god, I have to actually review this VOD after. I learned too much too
I wanted to
fast.
talk to you about it, but I was talking about it with Aura.
We learned too much too fast. It was rapid fire. We learned about the generals of basically like 4 different regions. We learned about the species of them. We learned about the flame archer. We learned about everything in the artifact room.
Alright, everybody.